Attention teams, I will need everyone to clear out of the DTE, these middle ones between DTE and consumers, and the consumer stands. Again, I will need everyone to clear out of all of the stands on this side of the arena until 2:30 when you can come back in. Again, teams will be able to come back in at 2:30 p.m. However, on the DTE side, we will be assigning teams locations with their alliance to sit. So the DTE stands will be off limits to anyone that's not in the finals.
Everyone that is currently in the DTE stands needs to make their way out of the arena, please. Everybody up top, everybody in the SVSU stands over there, and it looks like Consumers is already empty, but everybody over here in DTE needs to make their way out.
Attention everyone in the stands. If you are sitting in DTE or consumer stands, everyone must be out of the arena. Again, if you're in DTE or consumer stands, everyone must be out of the arena.
To anyone standing up against that red brick wall that just left, any of the stuff that's in the bleachers needs to be moved as well. If it's not moved, we will have to move it out of the bleachers.
Side of the arena. That includes DTE, consumers, and this middle section between DTE and consumers. Anything left in these bleachers will be moved. Again, cleared out of DTE, consumers, and everything in the middle. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. All right, before we get these stands open for the alliances, we want to make sure that all the general public stays out until all of our alliances are seated. Again, all the general public stays out until all of our alliances are seated. All right, teams, go ahead and come fold into the bleachers here. We do have an order. It goes consumers on the far side, DTE following, active right after them, and all the way down, we have Hemlock. Again, consumers, DT, active, Hemlock. Once you have your alliance, sit down. Consumers on the far side, DT. Active. Hemlock. Teams, make sure you're finding your alliance. We want to make sure you guys sit together. Everyone in those middle stands has to clear out. Everyone in the middle stands has to clear out. We're not loading in these stands until our alliances are seated. Hemlock. Active. DTE. Consumers on the far side. Everyone out of these middle bleachers. We're not loading in until all of our alliances are seated. Everybody out of these middle ones, we're not loading in until all of our alliances are seated. Hemlock. Active. DT. Consumers. Once you have your alliance, please sit down. Is anyone missing their alliance? Is anyone missing anyone? You guys are good? We're good over on Hemlock? How are we doing on active? We got everyone? Oh, come on. Where's the height? We have everyone for active? DT, do we have everyone? Do we have everyone from DTE? Yes? Sounds good. Consumers, who are we missing? We're missing any All the people coming in, the DTE stands are only for finals seating. The DTE stands are only for finals seating.
I just talked to our FTA, and we would like to start our practice matches as soon as possible. Practice match number 1 will be DTE on red, Hemlock Semiconductor on blue. Practice match number 1, DTE versus Hemlock Semiconductor. And we will start that as soon as teams are ready to start the practice match.
All right, Hemlock. Can I have some thumbs up to make sure we have all our people? Can I see thumbs up? Thumbs up, Hemlock. Come on. I want to see them all. I want to see every thumb in there. We have all our teams. Perfect. Same thing for active. Can I see a bunch of thumbs in the stands to make sure we have all our teams? We're doing good? Are we ready? Are we ready, active? All right, DTE, can I have some thumbs up? There we go. That's what we like to see. We have all our teams, we have all our people. Are we excited? I like the energy, I like the energy. All right, consumers, same thing for you guys. Can I get some thumbs? Yeah. Is everyone excited? Oh, come on. Come on. Who's excited? Thank you. Thank you.
Attention in the arena. I want to let you know about a unique experience. We're going to have color commentary on the webcast, a whole broadcast. So if you watch online in the links for the streaming videos that we've been using all weekend, there will be a live broadcast with color commentary and analysis for the folks who are watching at home. So if you want to call your parents or family, friends, give them the link. They can tune in to our live broadcast with color commentary and analysis during the playoffs.
Since January, it's been a race against the clock. From the first sketch in the shop to the final line of code, almost 600 teams have battled for the blue banner. Now 160 of Michigan's fiercest teams have descended on SVSU with one goal in mind: to be the best. Today, we have reached the summit. The Ryder Center is alive. The pits are buzzing. Strategies are set. The mission is clear. The fuel cells and the finish line. Every second will count. Every move matters. This is the pinnacle of robotics. Rebuild has led us here. Only one alliance will stand alone. This is the big one. The quest for the first in Michigan State Championship starts now. We welcome you to Saginaw Valley State University. It's the Ryder Center, and it is the best day of Michigan high school robotics. A state championship will be crowned here this afternoon. We welcome you inside. Dan Gutowski along with Dan Kimura. Kaylee Marintet will join us in just a few minutes. Dan, we've got now 12 teams that have survived this weekend of competition. The game is called Rebuilt, and we're going to see a lot of points scored here the rest of this afternoon, right?
I mean, again, this is the best of the best. We started with 530 plus teams in Michigan, narrowed that down to 161 teams, I believe, here at the state championship. They were split into 4 different divisions of about 40 teams each, and now we have the winning alliance from each of those divisions. We're down to the final 4 alliances here. So these are the best of the best in Michigan. We're going to see huge scores, maybe some creative defensive strategies as well.
The fuel cells will be flying all over the place. In terms of what will be happening on the sidelines in the pits, let's check in now with our sideline reporter, Kaylee Marintet.
It is great to be back here at Saginaw Valley State University. It feels like we were just here, right, this time last year. I'll tell you what you can expect throughout the broadcast here from the pits. We will be talking to members of the Red and Blue Alliance after each of these matches, and of course, the winners and the not winners of the championship. Also, in between the show, I got the chance to sit down with some of our great sponsors, people from Consumers Energy, DTE, GE Aerospace, talking about why they come back year after year to support these students. Also, went down to the pits, talked to some of these teams. You'll want to hear from one team in particular, a rookie team that's made up of mostly middle schoolers, and they're here at State. It's definitely a team you'll want to watch. For now, we're going to send it back upstairs.
All right, Kaylee, thanks. Well, if you're late to the Michigan Robotics party this year, let's get you back up to speed on how this year's game will be played out. The game is called Rebuilt.
So this year's game, Rebuilt, it's a 2-minute and 40-second long match. The first 20 seconds are autonomous mode. So again, as always, pre-programmed. The robots are going to try to score this fuel, get to the middle of the field, reload, come back, and score some more. Every fuel you score in auto mode or driver control, teleop, is worth 1 point. But if you win auto mode, if you score more fuel in auto mode, you get the preferred shift. So when teleop happens, the first 10 seconds, both goals are active. You can score on either side. Then the losing team from auto mode, their hub gets active first. We go back and forth, 25 seconds apiece. The last 30 seconds is endgame. You can climb the tower for points. Teams aren't going to do that very often here. Instead, they're going to keep shooting.
Dan, as we come back here, that end game, why are teams not taking advantage of that tower climb to get points at the end?
So especially here at the state championship, it's just a matter of, like, what's the opportunity cost? If you go and you hang for 10 points, maybe you can get to the 20 or 30-point hang. But if it takes you 30 seconds to do that, to score those 30 points, these teams can fly to the middle of the field, fill their hopper up, which could be 60, 70, maybe even 80 balls, get back, shoot all of those balls into the goal, and then be ready to do it again, probably in about 15 seconds. So it's a matter of those points aren't worth it unless it's like at a very specific time in the match. There's some 10-point hangs we might see, and those teams are able to go and do that in just the last couple seconds of the match when they couldn't maybe do anything else. But if there's time for them to load up and shoot some more, that's what they're going to do first.
And there will be no shortage of points. We're going to get cranked up and start with our first quarterfinal match when we come back. We're down to 12 teams, and it is the last push for first in Michigan. Robotics, our state championship, will be crowned coming up.
Here in mid-Michigan, resilience meets innovation. We've seen industries rise, fall, and rebuild. Through it all, Hemlock Semiconductor has been here. For over 60 years, we've provided good-paying jobs and been a cornerstone of advanced manufacturing in mid-Michigan. Now we're a leading global provider of the purest human-made substance in the world, polysilicon, powering the semiconductor chips found in nearly every device we use, and the solar panels generating clean, affordable electricity. This isn't just where we work, it's where we live and raise our families. We invest in our schools, inspiring the next generation of scientists, engineers, and innovators. And we give back through mentorship, education, and programs that create lasting impact. So when you're driving past fields of corn, soybeans, and sugar beets, and you see HSC rising from the ground like a city of steel, know that it's more than just a chemical facility. It's a place where the future, our future, is being built every day. Hemlock Semiconductor.
For most of us, imagination in flight begins with a sheet of paper. A couple folds, and a simple throw. But for some, the exhilaration and wonder behind flight never fades. At GE Aerospace, imagination is more than just the first step. It's the foundation of everything we do. And how each generation turns what-ifs into what's next. Because when the right idea catches the wind, there's no limit to how far we could go.
First in Michigan Robotics State Championship brought to you by DTE Foundation, GE Aerospace, Hemlock Semiconductor, Aptiv Foundation, Consumers Energy Foundation, Magna. And we are on the cusp of really cranking this thing up, which is a nicer way of saying we're not quite ready yet. We're not there, but we're getting there. It's a practice going on right now on the main playing field down there, and a lot of anxiety. You know, this is it. Either you deliver today, or you just kind of let it slip away. Let's jump into the brackets. And again, we are starting with the first quarterfinal. Match one in round one is a 1 versus 8 matchup as we are in the upper bracket.
This one is not quite right. I think we have our District 1 up here. So here there are only 4 alliances that we're going to be seeing. And they're going to not be Alliance 1 through 8. Instead, we have 4 divisions, 4 different field divisions that are going to be here. And each division then is titled by its sponsor. So we're going to be playing on the DTE Foundation field. That's going to be one of our alliances, the DTE Energy Alliance. They're going to be playing against Aptiv in the first round. We're going to have Consumers against Hemlock, and then the winners will face off. It's still a double elimination tournament, just like we saw at our earlier district events. Just we're down to already the last 4 teams instead of starting with 8 alliances.
Okay, so the field has been narrowed considerably from the hundreds of teams that were here earlier this weekend.
Yep, 161. I think we had 1 extra team come in. There was some, I think it was a registration thing. Somebody registered because we thought somebody wasn't coming, and then so anyway, we're one team up.
No one gets turned away, right? You can come if you want, or
you
is there a qualifying?
If you qualify.
Okay, you have to qualify.
So the top 160 teams in the state will qualify. There's one award called the Impact Award, and that's sort of like an outreach award. It's like building a good program and doing good things in the community. Those teams are auto-qualified for the state championship. Occasionally, they're outside of the top 160, but often they're mixed in.
Okay. Championship bracket. Let's take a look at it as we have the round 1, match 1. Again, DTE Foundation Alliance against the Aptiv Foundation Alliance. So we are in a, kind of a tight time frame here. These teams have been working. When we walked in this weekend, we've been seeing 200s, 300s, some 400s.
5,
Those
6,
are,
7,
now we're right.
It's gonna get big.
We're blowing right by those numbers.
Yeah. So in this tournament.
Here's how the DTE Foundation people advance.
So we can see the number 1 seed basically cruising here, won every match. I think they're undefeated to get to us here on our Final Four field. And they won with some very big scores, all right? They put up 841 points in round 2. I think that's their high score of the tournament, but they went over 700 another couple times. I think they had a 796. So this group right here, you're looking for a favorite, this is your favorite alliance. Anybody kind of that's been watching this weekend that knows these teams, that's who they're going to be betting on to win this tournament.
Those are the thoroughbreds in this race.
Yep.
But, hey, one mechanical failure, things go sideways. We have learned that there really are no safe bets. There's some good bets, but a safe bet is a little bit more of a challenge.
Correct.
In this environment.
And because we're at the state championship, one of the big differences in matchups here is at districts, we have 40 teams, and it's kind of a random 40 teams. So when you get down to that second pick of the number 1 alliance, that's like the 24th best robot out of the 40 teams that are there. Here, it's still the 24th best robot in your division, but because we already narrowed people down by having to qualify for this event, the third robots on the field today are going to be much more capable than ones we saw, like, for example, last week or the week before at Troy. So there are some extra strategies that can be played, some extra types of defense that we might see, and that could shake things up here.
We always want to give you the insight of what's happening down in the pits where the kids are working to make these machines work as good as possible. Let's bring in Kaylee right now. She's talking with Amira from Team 27.
I have a team member of Team Rush here with me. Amira, you guys won on the DTE field. You are headed to finals. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling pretty great. We spent a lot of time practicing for this event, so all of our hard work is paying off, but we're not done yet. We still have Fimstein to go, so we're just focusing on that.
We did talk earlier. You said your team you're on the drive team.
Yeah.
You said 15 hours, maybe a week in practice?
Yeah, this past week we practiced every day for around 2 to 4 hours for this event, so our work ethic is really good. I don't really think we have a special robot. I think our drive team is special, and I think our work ethic is amazing, so I think that's why we were able to pull this off.
Is there anything you and your team are going to focus on heading into the finals? Anything that you want to perfect?
I think we're just perfecting our dance, just making sure we're not in each other's way. I think we've done a great job at that so far, but I think just that.
Looking forward to seeing you and your team compete. Thanks for being with us here,
you.
Amira. Dan and Dan?
Kaylee, thanks. Yeah, a lot of positive energy right now. All these teams that have gotten this far, they know they can, go the distance. It's just a matter of kind of walking that fine line and finishing as strong as you started.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's got to kind of believe that they got a shot out here. I mean, we talked about DTE obviously is our favorites. They put up the highest scores. But sometimes divisions will have more defensive style play in them. Sometimes the winners of those divisions are going to approach the match a little bit differently, and so we might see some of that as well.
All right, speaking of our corporate sponsors, we have a bunch of them. They are all very important to the success of this event. First in Michigan, Robotics, one of the biggest sponsors, of course, as you would expect. DTE, Kaylee Marentet earlier talking with their spokesperson and helping us understand why DTE is so invested in robotics.
Sean Patterson with DTE here sitting with us again. Sean, good to see you.
You too.
You are, every year I look forward to talking to you. I think this is our 5th year, maybe talking to each other.
Probably at least, but I always love coming here. Always leave so charged up.
So
all the
it's almost like
energy.
refreshing, right?
Honestly, yes. You make the drive up, and it's like, I know I'm walking away from with my batteries being absolutely charged. So.
Absolutely. So DTE, big name here. You guys are big sponsors for First and Energy and someone that's very important to us. What would you want students to know about DTE?
So yesterday we had a career fair, and the line was long, wanting to understand what's all happening in the energy industry right now. And I think the thing that I really like to convey to them, and our team likes to convey to them, is this is one of the most exciting times. I've been in the company for 25 years, and I think I say this every year. This is the most exciting year ever, and somehow every year it does bring new challenges, new opportunities. A couple years ago, I think we were talking about electric vehicles and what's that going to mean for the grid, and now all of a sudden, out of nowhere, something leapfrogged in a massive way, which is data centers. We've got a couple of contracts with some data centers that basically are going to draw 2/3 of the power from our biggest power plant. And when we want to continue to be committed to the clean energy journey, how are we going to place a lot of retirements of coal with batteries, with solar, with wind? How do you stay on that clean energy journey with just a massive growth in terms of the generation needs that these data centers are bringing? So we're super excited about it, but it's bringing questions that are not unlike what's out here around how do you really want to go about attacking this problem.
Sure. It does. You're right. Every year. And I feel like data centers really just
out of nowhere
started popping off.
Yes.
On the front of these students, though, do you think they could eventually end up in one working with DTE?
Yes, the data centers are owned by others, obviously, but the flip side is how do you serve these data centers?
Sure.
Because the power loads are massive, and how do we do it in a way that's clean, environmentally friendly? But it's going to really require us to think about how we accelerate all these new sources of generation, and battery storage is one that, again, we were sort of dabbling in a few years ago, and now we're making massive commitments around building those. And I think that these are the kind of problems and opportunities that these students would love to be a part of, and that's what we want them to understand.
I was going to say you have some really good brain power and future engineers and problem solvers here on the floor. On a little bit of a lighter note, we talked about some of the problem solving, and while it is light, it speaks to how willing these students are to step up to do anything. So tell me about the crisis that happened today.
It does. Something comes on your doorstep every single day, and certainly our industry reveals something. Today's problem, which I think I've had as much fun as I have in a while. Last hour, working with a group of students, so we have a nice relaxation area. We brought inflatable chairs, things of that nature for the students to sit and recharge. We weren't told by the manufacturer after one day of solid use, these things aren't really meant for a whole weekend
to stay
with this kind of energy here. So they're all deflating really, really quickly. We've got holes in them. So we decided, we have a great bag of candy, and we said, all right, anybody can go and solve these problems, find the holes, take them back to your pits. We need inflated chairs. And we have a fired up group right now out trying to fix our chairs. I think we're about 3 for 8 right now. And I think we're going to be dealing with this problem all day. But to your point, it speaks to the ingenuity that, we can do this.
Even
Let's
just
go after it.
something so small, like a hole in a chair.
Yes, and we're having a blast back there trying to figure this out.
It really speaks to some of the power that these students can have too, and just their willingness to step up. And we say every year people want to come back for the students and for the people here. They are unlike any other. What are some of the characteristics that you think, besides problem solving, that these students carry that would be beneficial for DTE as someone that could possibly be a future employer?
Yeah, well, these problems that we're trying to solve are very complex. They cut across a lot of groups. It's not just one person's problems. It's a whole team that needs to come together to really think about what are we going to do to answer these questions on load. Reliability, our heart goes out to, we've had a lot of bad weather situations here over the last month here in Michigan.
Yes.
And some communities are dealing with some real crises, and we need a grid that's resilient to start dealing with what is clearly, more and more turbulent weather. So that kind of innovation. But the positivity, the perseverance, the grit, it's like the energy level never leaves here. And that's what we need.
Yes.
Because these issues are going to be with us in some form or fashion for a long time to come.
Well, I know we'll be bringing some of that energy back home after States Weekend for sure.
Always. And hopefully some of our kids, and I will say the energy, our volunteers, we have over 100 working across the company, countless parents who are involved in the program. And it's a very energetic moment for all of us that get to be a part of this.
Very exciting weekend, something we always have circled on the calendar. Sean Patterson,
absolutely.
thanks for sitting here with us. We're going to send it back upstairs.
All right, Kaylee, thanks. Yeah, really appreciate all the great efforts from the DT Energy Foundation to get this event off and running year to year. It's just been a great effort that they make to help these kids out. Still creeping up on the start of our first match. Let's get into the active side of things. Who will oppose that Red Alliance in the first match?
Yep, going to be another number 1 seed. Made it all the way through the bracket again without losing a match. So they had a very strong run in their division as well. Got some additional numbers pulled here. So this active division, max score 631. They put that up in round 4. That would be the upper bracket finals. And then it looks like their average score, though, a little bit lower, only 475-ish average score from this group. Based on, we talked a little bit about EPA and OPR and these calculated values. Based on the calculated values, 5460 is the 3rd strongest offensive robot here. The other 2 are on that DTE alliance that they're going to face in the first round.
So familiarity with your opponent gets easier this time of year today. I mean, it's you know who the big dogs are.
Yeah, one exception, and that is you've seen all these teams play, and I guarantee every team on this field has spent time watching video of some of the other robots that they're going to be playing against. But because we're split up into 4 divisions here, they will not have seen these other robots all weekend long. So sometimes it's hard to scout the other divisions.
Okay, well, we got Kaylee working very hard already. We haven't even started with our first match. Kaylee gives us some perspective right now with a member of the Active Alliance.
Michael is here with me from Team 5460. You guys just won on the active field. Tell me what were some of the keys to winning that final match?
I think some of the keys to winning the match were playing against defense well. We knew we'd face some defense, so we had our second alliance partner playing counter defense, and we tried to keep the defense off of Robo Jackets so that they could keep scoring, and we would go out and come back and score and try and avoid that defense.
Is that the same tactic you are going to keep heading into finals, or do you think there's anything that your team is going to be changing up?
Well, we can't give away our secrets, but we do expect some more defense in the finals.
How are you feeling going into finals right now?
A little scared of a certain alliance on the DTE field, but I think we have some plans.
You guys have been done, your team has done right so far today, so good luck to you. Michael, 5460, Dan and Dan.
All right, Kaylee, thank you. Yeah, everybody's, interested to hear him talk candidly, a little nervous. He knows there's some other formidable foes.
It's kind of along the lines of what I was saying. They will try to get some scouts over to the other fields as those rounds are finishing up, especially in the finals.
Yeah, so again, this is more practice, and the fuel cells are in abundance now. We're going to see more fuel cells flying than ever. Also, go ahead.
The importance of this match, what we're seeing right now, this is not a real match, of course. This is live, though. 3 of the alliances have never touched this field before, and there are small differences in the fields. There's tolerances when you put it together. Things could be a little bit shifted one way or the other. The lighting, despite the fact that we're in the same gym, is a little bit different, especially on this half versus the far half where there aren't fixed stands. So this match is a chance for teams to calibrate their robots on this field and test out all the stuff they want to run on this field. A lot of these teams are using cameras, and the cameras are basically tracking around the field. We see it on the hub there. We see it on the wall now in front. There are these, they look almost like QR codes. They're called April tags. And these cameras can see those. They can actually use that to localize the robot on the field or use that to have the robot aim at the hub. But they are sort of finicky based on the lighting. So if you go from a very bright field to a very dark field, you're going to have to make changes to your camera calibration for it to work.
Good insight. Let's get another interview with one of our corporate sponsors. Earlier, Kaylee talking with one of the active spokespersons. That's Kevin Price.
I have Kevin Price from Aptiv here with us. Kevin, thanks for coming and speaking with us.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Aptiv is a big name for us here. And first, if you look up, you're going to see the Aptiv name on one of the fields. Can you talk a little bit about the sponsorship that you guys have for First?
Right, we're a safe, green, and connected company, and we love to be here with the numerous young talent that we have in this organization, the great state of Michigan, at the state championship here. We have multiple sites across the state, and this young talent in technology really helps bolster our company and our community, most importantly. So partnering with First is a very important thing for us.
Of course, you guys have been a sponsor for a long time, too.
A very long time. Unfortunately, I don't have the number of years.
Exactly.
Much longer than I've been with it. But I think we're one of the original sponsors of First back, over 30 years ago.
What are some of the things you would want students who maybe would think about working for Aptiv that don't really know anything about it?
Yeah, Aptiv, we get a chance to do perception, sensors, and compute. So the robots you see here in the field actually have perception systems, all of them have cameras. And so we do that in real life in the cars you drive. So we keep people safe in the vehicles because having an automated vehicle is actually safer than a human in full control of the car.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about the employees that you guys have, 120.
Over 120 volunteers across the globe supporting First teams.
That's pretty impressive.
It's a great thing, and we have a great community within the Aptiv First organization, so we actually have our own little community team chat. We talk to each other, we help each other, like we're talking about the teams here, how we actually work together. So having the mentors work together and collaborate closely also sets a good example for all the students here in the field, showing that, it doesn't matter what shirt we have on, we're all one community working together to improve our understanding of STEM and how get people excited about robotics.
I love that. It seems like there is a lot of excitement within Aptiv. Why do you think why there's so much engagement and so much willingness to step in and be a part of this?
I think we want our kids to be involved. And so stepping forward and being a good role model for our kids, so our kids get involved and then we get involved. I learn more from the kids I work with here than I actually give to them, I'm sure, right? And so every day I get a chance to work with them, and the kids see my excitement, and I get excited because I get the chance to work with them, and I think this kind of builds on each other. Then their friends jump on board. So on the Atom Bots, we have over 92 students in our team. And so seeing that excitement of growing, it kind of piles on. It's a great thing.
So you guys also have programs for the Lego League, for middle schools, for high schools. Talk about how many teams you guys are sponsoring and these age groups too.
So it starts with First Lego League, which is starting in kindergarten to 5th grade. We have over 60 teams we're supporting across Mexico, Canada, and the U.S. And then we have over 20 teams in middle school that we're working with, and over 50 teams in high school that Aptiv actively supports.
That's pretty impressive.
It's great. It's a fun thing. The kids come through, and you can see the progression. You feel the progression here when you see a student that steps in from Lego League through the middle school program, FTC, in FRC. They're ready to go, and they're excited, and they're already sold on STEM.
Are there a lot of students who go through each of those programs? I mean, all the way from kindergarten to senior year of high school?
Yeah. I would say, we probably have 35 kids right now in our senior class in our team that has started with me back in 4th grade when I began the elementary program at our organization, and I'm sure it's the same for other schools and organizations.
I'm curious how this works, because I think a lot of people forget, too, that Robotics First is not just a Michigan thing. It's not just a U.S. thing. It's an international thing, and you guys sponsor teams in Morocco, I want to say, Canada, and Mexico. How does that work? How do you guys reach that far?
So it really starts with our employee network. We reach out, we put out Learn About First across the globe on all of our Aptiv sites, and employees fill out a form, respond, and then the people who understand First reach out to say, this is how we start a program. And so I have a template I'll go through with them and say, this is how you launch a program in your local community. Oftentimes existing teams will actually reach out and help sponsor them. Like we'll ship our Lego kits to other teams to get them to start. And then we'll ship our code and say, okay, why don't you build this robot first so they can at least model something before they actually have to build it on their own. So they at least can start with a reference design. The first step's the hardest one.
That is true. Very important impact that you guys are making here and globally. Kevin Price, thank you for sitting here with us again. We are going to send it to Dan and Dan.
Okay. All right, Haley, thank you. Kaylee, thank you. When we hear the interviews when Kaylee talks to these people, my head is always kind of spinning, because I'm like, man, I don't know if I could not keep up with all of the different levels and, all the different things that they put. But, if you do it in a structured, small way, then that's kind of the mindset, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Let's see. We have an interview with the Alliance that came out of the CE field. Let's pick that up right now.
Jack from 6090 is here with us, one on the consumers field, correct? How did that last match go for you?
Really great. We worked great together with both of our alliances, with us and Strikeforce shooting, volleying, and having our copper bots end up volleying it over and playing some defense on the other team.
You and your team are headed to finals. How does that feel hearing that?
I'm super excited. We didn't make it to States last year, and this is just, great. And, being able to do that and go against some teams we've never seen before, and I feel like we have a good chance.
Your team didn't make it to States last year.
Yep.
You're here, obviously doing well. What do you think shifted from last year into this year?
I feel that we came together more as a team, and I'm on the design team, and we got the robot out faster to the programmers, and where they were allowed to fine-tune the robot and fine-tune the shooting, and to allow them to have more drive practice with the robot.
Your team has been doing well, obviously. Is there a team you maybe have your eye on that you might be a little fearful to face?
I think seeing Rush and the crew is, they're a solid combo together, and
Sure.
I feel like, they're a great team, great alliance together.
Rooting for you. Good luck heading into the finals.
Thank
Jack, Dan, and Dan, we're going to send it upstairs.
Kaylee, thanks. Always, again, there's that nervous energy. We didn't see that a lot in the earlier weekends, but now you know that everybody else that's here is capable of putting up huge numbers. And here's our brackets.
Yep, another Alliance 1 all the way through. Again, they were undefeated. Even in the finals, they went 2-0. Consumers Energy are that alliance. Let's see, we got an average score out of Consumers of 491. Their max, though, only 551. So when we look at some of their max scores out of there, we see DTE had a max score of 841, which is why everybody brings them up as an alliance to be afraid of. Active, 631, and now we're down to 551 at Consumers.
So again, this is a star-studded field, and lots of excitement with the stakes as high as they are. The Worlds event coming up, just 2 weeks from now?
Yep, 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, so not a big turnaround there, and there is just a lot of activity that is hoping, these kids are hoping it pays off today. We've already had some teams that have had their weekend is over. And, that's disappointing that you don't get to Saturday and get to play on Saturday. But, that should not be a discredit to anything that they've done at all this season. It takes a lot of work and a little luck sometimes to get here.
Yep. And that's one of the great things about having a state championship like this and being in a district system that we're in is you have these varying levels of success, targets for success, right? You can do well. You can aspire to get picked and play in the playoffs at a district event. You can say, hey, we're just trying to qualify for the state championship. Then you get to the state championship. It's 160 teams. And of those 160 teams, right, we're going to basically cut it in half again. Only 24 per division is going to be playing in the limbs. So that's another step. Like, you make it to states and play in the playoffs, and then finally you get down to kind of the last step here, which is you want to win your division and have a chance at taking the whole thing.
Yeah, hard to go from 0 to 60 in this kind of an environment. We've got one more, the Hemlock group here, the Hemlock Semiconductor division.
Yep. Now here's where it gets interesting. Number 1 seed lost in the first round. Is going to be our number 2 seed from Hemlock that did it. Now they also fell down to the lower bracket. They lost to the number 3 seed in round 2, had to fight their way back from that lower bracket, and then they took out alliance number 4, 1, 3, and 5 on the way there. So they had to take out the other 4 top seeded alliances. And our winners are, I think this graphic is also wrong. That's the first seed graphic. Our winners from the Hemlock Semiconductor Division was 7166 was the captain. They picked 2337. And then their third pick was 8280. Looks like they are averaging about 426 points. Their max score is only 518, so this is by far the lowest scoring of our alliances here on the final field. But they found ways to win, and sometimes finding ways to win means that they're going to be more prepared for some of these defensive battles, for maybe some alternative strategies that can help bring all the scores back down to where they're aiming.
Yeah, sometimes you get to this point with I don't know if it's like a superior strategy, but if somebody can find some way to kind of throw you off your game, then that confidence, kind of gets a little shaky.
Yep.
And then things can unravel that way.
Right, yeah. So let's talk about it, right? We have DTE, who everybody is expecting to win this tournament. Again, their average score is 200 points higher, 220 points higher than the next closest alliance's average score.
Formidable.
Yes, very much so. Now, that said, they're led by two really, really great robots in 27 and 7769. They are both of what we would call a dumper archetype. So these are robots that get a lot of balls in their hopper, drive into position, and then fire them out as fast as possible. Most of these robots have a full width drum that's spinning real fast. So think of like a baseball pitching machine.
Yeah.
So the spinning wheels. But instead of just fitting one ball at a time, it's a whole roller, and they can shoot as many balls as they can feed. So these robots are going to get in position. They're going to empty their 60, 70 balls instantly in like 5 seconds into the goal. But the downside to this design is they can sometimes be defended. You can sometimes stop them from being able to cross back over the bump or get in position to aim. Also, a well-timed hit, when those balls are coming out, you don't have time to stop shooting, because once you pull the trigger, it's rapid fire. They're all coming out. So if you get hit at just the wrong time, you could miss a lot of balls. So there are some defensive vulnerabilities in that style. We've got a few other robots out here. I think most notably 2767 and 3538. I believe 2337 also are a different type of robot. They are a turreted shooter. So they've got a turret on the top of their robot that's going to be able to aim for the hub. So wherever they are, it's always aiming at the hub. If robots are banging on you and trying to turn you out of the way, that hub is going to respond to that and turn back. So our number one highest scoring DTE alliance is going to maybe be vulnerable to defense. These turreted shooters have a little bit less throughput. That's why their total scores are down a little bit, but maybe they're a little bit more defense immune. And so we're going to see how that plays out.
Let's reconnect with Kaylee downstairs, talking with a member of the Hemlock Alliance.
One of the team winners from the Hemlock field, Clayton, with 71-66. Clayton, we talked a little bit beforehand. Tell me about what your team was doing in between matches. Did you have to repair some things?
Yeah, so our intake, we designed it to be sturdy, but obviously there's still some failure points. And we made sure we had everything we needed to repair it on our robot cart. So between our matches and our 15-minute breaks, we could get everything swapped over. So we were prepped and ready for our next match.
Do you think your team is prepped and ready to head into finals?
Yeah, definitely.
That's a good answer. We talked a little bit. Defense was maybe one of the keys in the last match. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah. So defense is a big part of what we have to work around being a fixed shooter. But we know where our strengths are, specifically where we shoot on the field and where we have our safe zones to where defense doesn't really matter. And our bot is trench and bump compatible, so defense can only block one of those at a time. So we can make split decisions on which one's being defended, which one's open, so we can get to our alliance zone and still score.
Sounds like a good strategy. Clayton, thank you. Good luck heading into finals. Dan and Dan?
All right, Kaylee. Appreciate that insight as, again, we're moving closer to about 6 minutes away is what we're told from our first match of the quarterfinals.
Yep, I do think we see the Red Alliance staged on the field. So that's our DTE Alliance. We're still waiting for the active group, but they're right next to the field, so I think they're just taking their time.
What are the nerves and the what's the emotional mindset, would you guess, or what were you trying to do for your teams when they got to this point? You want them ramped up, but not too much.
Yeah. So one of the weird parts here is you go through your divisional playoffs, and it's like boom, 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 boom. You're playing match after match. We do have those 15-minute breaks for robots to cool down, but in the finals, you're playing 3 matches in a row, and then we get an award ceremony after that for each division. That's going to take some time. Then it's lunch break. And then finally, you're over on this field doing your calibration and testing matches. And it's going to be, by the time we get this match started, it's probably 2 hours since they've played their last real live match. So like you said, in the divisions, it's sort of about like, okay, don't get too overworked, stay consistent, stay cool. But now you've had all this, you had that like adrenaline spike of the division tournament, had time to crash, and now you've got to make sure you bring it back up to the level you want to be at.
Let's reconnect with Kaylee talking with another one of our corporate sponsors from Consumer Energy.
I'm here with Leroy Wells with Consumers Energy. Thanks for sitting here with us.
Thanks for having me.
It's been a few years since we got to talk again. Let's talk about your experience with Consumers Energy. You said 20 years you've been with them, correct?
Yes, I've been with Consumers Energy for 20 years, and I've had an opportunity to do a lot of different things, similar to each year here at States. Like the challenge is always different, and so that's one of the things I love about Consumers Energy. You can do a lot of things and continue to challenge yourself.
What would you want to tell students who are looking at Consumers Energy being a possible future employer?
Yeah, one of the things I love about Consumers is its culture and its people, as well as its purpose. One of our big purposes is really to provide heat and light to all the residents of Michigan, and so that's near and dear to my heart and a noble cause. And then also, you can do a lot of the things that you do here with First Robotics. It allows for you to use your technical skills, but also your leadership skills, and collaboration is really huge for the work that we do at Consumers Energy.
We were talking earlier, one of my favorite sayings from First is that the robots are building the kids, not the kids are building the robots. They're giving them some of those life skills that they can take out in the workforce. What are some of the things, characteristics and aspects of these students that you are looking for at Consumers Energy?
That's a great question. I love that the robots are building the kids and the kids are now building the robots. It's really around curiosity. Sometimes we overemphasize the skill, but that curiosity, the gracious professionalism, as well as collaboration and teamwork, because the problems that we're facing today, you can't go at it alone and solve them. And so those are some of the things we look for some of the talented students that we have here to bring into our company.
And I love curiosity too. Like you said, you can't want to solve something if you're not curious about it and wanting to know. So Consumers Energy, big name here for First, especially States Weekend. You guys have been a sponsor for at least 13 years or so. How important is it for you guys to keep returning every year in a big way?
It's really important. And one of the reasons why it's important is because we see this as an investment, not only in the students that are here, but also for the future of Michigan. Some of these students will come and work for us. We have a couple of them that are working for us now, whether it's interns or permanently. But also, we know when Michigan wins, consumers win, and some of these students will work for other companies, but it'll make a greater Michigan. So that's why it's really important for us.
I love that. Leroy, thanks for sitting here with us again. Enjoy States Weekend. Dan and Dan, we're going to send it back to you.
All right, Kaylee, thanks. Some roster moves, so to speak. The Mountie Megabots from Northwest High School, their robot is getting subbed out for this one that you can see on screen here for the 43-27 machine, and that would be from Battle Creek, Lakeview High School. That machine is called Q Branch.
That's correct, yep.
James Bond reference.
Yes, yep.
Okay, very good.
So here's what happens. If you have a robot that is broken and unable to continue, each alliance can call for a backup robot one time. They will then receive the highest unpicked robot from their division. Yeah, that's
Lori Verbrugge, right?
That's Kyle Hughes.
Oh, okay.
Kyle Hughes is the kind of head coach of 27, the lead mentor of Team 27.
Okay, sorry, did I digress?
I have not seen that flag before. But so we have this replacement. No word yet on whether or what the damage was, or whether how the robot was damaged. Sometimes, you can take somebody for just a little bit of a different look here, but it seems like they came out kind of late. So I think that probably some repairs were being attempted up until the moment that we got out here. And we talked about it earlier, how we've had a couple hours since the last matches, so they weren't able to fix it in a couple hours, or they missed it until they came out towards the field, and then they had to make this backup call pretty quickly.
Boy, that is kind of a bumpy road. But here they are, trying to manage it.
Yep, good news is it's going to still be a strong team. It was kind of like the next best team in their division that wasn't picked. So this was a #1 seed. This would have been maybe their next choice if they didn't pick 71-97. So it shouldn't be too much of a fall off, but they haven't had time to work together yet. And especially when you look at what they're going to do in auto mode, it might not be as, fleshed out, as dialed in as the auto mode they were running with the team that they had all of those divisional tournament matches with.
So we'll have to see how they can react on the fly. Looking at power to the radio.
Yep, that would be the last thing to boot up. We can see they're not yet connected. That light stack in front of them right there, that's blinking blue, that will stop blinking when they're connected to the field. So the fact that it's still blinking means we are waiting for something to boot up and connect. There are a few things that could be happening here. It looks like they're looking in the robot just to make sure the radio has power and that it's booting up on its way. It's also kind of weird because they had to restart the field. When you change team numbers on the field, you got to restart the field to set. You're basically setting a bunch of virtual networks for each team number. And so they had to redo that. Sometimes when you get a backup bot in, there could be a couple of extra hiccups. So we'll see if they need to pre-start the field, is what we call it, pre-starting.
Pre-start the field.
But it looks like he's getting some tools to work inside the robot, and that is that's Brad, by the way, Brad Clark, who is our FTA running back to do that.
Yeah, flexing. Okay, we get it. Blew a fuse, apparently.
That would do it, yeah. So if he was looking in the robot and saw no lights on that radio, then they're going to trace that power line back. And if it's the fuse that's blown, that's an easy fix depending on how accessible the fuse panel is. The scary part is, why did the fuse blow? It's like if you're in your car and the fuse blows and something stops working, you're like, oh yeah, I'll put a new fuse in. That's great, but it might just happen again as you get down the road. And that's a concern here.
All right, let's bring in Kaylee. Excuse me, Kaylee, let us get some thoughts from her on what may be amiss.
Hey, Dan and Dan, I'm right here next to the team here having some issues. It sounds like you said, there may be a fuse blown. I can see them handing off right now some different supplies. They were asking for needle nose pliers. Again, this is this team down here. The FTA is bringing them some zip ties. It sounds like this is just kind of a quick fix right now to try to get this bot up and running. I will say the thing that I've noticed, again, just speaks to what we talked about earlier, but the camaraderie between these teams. Other teams are asking if there's anything they need, if they can step in. Again, this 43-27, this is the team. Something is going on. Not sure what next steps could be. Dan, question for you. What happens if they can't get this bot up and running? Would they already have to bring in their backup bot?
Because this is the backup bot, I think if this robot can't go, they might be down a robot. I think only allowed one backup robot per tournament.
Wow. That's heavy duty.
The fuse makes sense, too. They're getting those needle nose pliers. Those fuses are real hard to pull out of the board, especially if you can't reach. But, yeah, the light stopped blinking, so they are connected now. That radio does have power. Everything should be functional at this point.
So we think we're in good shape, and we see thumbs up all the way around. And that will get us going here momentarily.
Yep, just checking out all the teams. Looks like we're going to be good to go here in a second. Head ref is now back.
We're going to launch with 20 seconds of autonomous. And look at that collision in the middle.
Watch 43-27. They've got to get out of the way before 35-38 comes in the middle. They did. That's good. That means this backup robot, their autonomous, worked well. 27 coming back with another huge load. It's going to be hard for anybody to beat this DTE Alliance in auto mode. They just have such high throughput.
Man, that Red Alliance just came out like a tornado of fuel cells in the air. We'll see what the Blue Alliance can do to try and keep up. Not much.
Yeah, 59-40 their strike zone, or 54-60, sorry, strike zone. Not able to get that second load off in auto mode. Doesn't really matter. They weren't going to win auto mode either way. And now take a look. We got 7, 7, 6, 9, and 27 just basically trying to get all of the fuel on their side.
And when you make a big splash like that with points early, that allows you to kind of be more aggressive on defense for the rest of the match, right?
Yeah, it's like you're playing downhill, and that's always good. It does look like we have lost connection again. That robot that we were watching at the beginning of the match, 43-27, is not moving. They have disconnected. Whatever popped that fuse the first time might have just popped it a second time. And that's going to be rough. It's not one of the main scoring robots, but we talked about how good this DTE Alliance is at scoring, and they're going to be doing it against no defense. I would expect 700-800 points in this match.
Wow, what an onslaught of fuel cells launched by the Red Alliance. You can see the Blue Alliance working there, but yeah, with Red Alliance playing some defense, and now their offense is just taking over here.
Yeah. Looking down, it sounds like we're being told it's maybe the main breaker on that 4327 robot. I don't see any lights on it, so if they're turned off, they're not going to come back. Sometimes if it's just the radio or a reboot, you can come back, but they will be out for the rest of the match.
Again, each shift runs 25 seconds, and the red shift, when they are on, they are on.
Yeah, so this is the red shift. It's going to feed right into endgame. About 7 seconds left. At 30 seconds left in the match, it's going to be endgame. Both sides will be active. Blue has pretty good control of the balls, but I don't know if they have enough time to score them all.
Well, we're well over 500 for the Red Alliance.
Yeah, actually, this is a little lower than I would have expected. We'll see. Couple more shots or salvos here from 27 and 769. They got to get over 700 with no defense against them. And this is something that we're seeing now, 668 coming across and spitting balls out, sharing them with their partners. Looks a little short of 700.
Yeah, this goes to 00, and we think we're going to have a big, comfortable Red Alliance win. But even then, what you said, Dan, they might be a little disappointed they couldn't get to that 700.
Yeah, I mean, it looks 648 on the board. Expect that to tick up a little bit. I don't think it's going to hit 700. But this is an alliance that's capable of 841. They average 700 plus in their division. So to come out here to, the Final Four field and to not break 700 despite the fact that the one defensive robot was out the whole match is maybe a sign of weakness. On the other hand, this 648, 670 we're seeing on the screen now, that 670 is still higher than every other alliance's max score. So, still feeling pretty good about that.
And a Red Alliance win comfortably over the Blue Alliance. 250-ish. You handle the math.
just under 250. 243.
I give the estimate and you finish it. Okay.
I mean, with these numbers, also, yes. I gotta say, man, that math I can do in my sleep 90% of the time, but when you put me on the spot like this, I start second guessing everything.
Well, then I will definitely return to it then, if that's the case.
All right, I'm ready.
You're ready. Wow. So that's combined score. That's over 1,000.
Yeah. I would, expect those kinds of scores.
Yeah, very good.
The entire tournament here.
Kaylee Maritet standing by downstairs.
Amira, Team Rush is here with us. We spoke with you earlier about your win. I want to know, we spoke too about the drive team, your guys' high score well into the 700s. A great win for you guys. Are you happy with that compared to some of the scores you've gotten in the past?
I think I'm perfectly fine with the score we got. We worked with what we had, and we're just taking everything one match at a time, and we just like to forget about what happened in our last matches, so those high scores don't matter to us right now.
A lot of defense that we saw from the Red Alliance. Was that something that your team wanted to focus on this match?
I think we had some issues with 3668's turrets, but they'll be back the next match.
Is that something that you think could be fixable in the next match?
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome. All right. Thanks, Amira. Congratulations on your win. Dan and Dan.
All right, Kaylee, thank you. Yeah, the numbers are very one-sided in favor of the Red Alliance. Here's the breakdown on the board. Autonomous, a huge advantage, and then no penalty points, but just,
Yeah, just outscoring them again without that defensive robot. It was going to be a hard match for this active alliance to come back. And, we'll talk about how this auto mode, 178 to 44. And the reason why that's so important is, look, first of all, you end auto mode up by, 134 points. That's great. But you get the preferred shift. It means that because red won auto mode, blue is going to be on offense for the first shift. And that is a detriment because you haven't had time to collect as much fuel. So the Red Alliance then has 30 seconds or 25 seconds, sorry, to go out and start feeding fuel into their zone. So when it's their offensive turn, they have control of that fuel pile. They're able to put more in. So winning auto mode sets you off just because you have more points, but it also gives you the better shifts.
Yeah, they are revved up and looking ahead to what's next.
It looks good. So one of the cool parts is now we're down to a few enough number of teams that they've moved all their pits out here onto the arena floor. Normally the pits are in the aux gym or the second gym down a short hallway. But instead they're just off the field right over to their sideline pit there to get prepped. And it gives you a little bit more time to work on your robot in between matches.
Well, the smallest of mechanical failures can take your strategy and throw it right out the window. That's true at the beginning of the robotics season and true here today at the end.
Yep.
A harsh
For
truth.
sure. Yeah.
A harsh truth.
Yep. And we saw that in the last match, right? Robot going down. And needing a backup robot, first of all, and then the robot going down to the main breaker popping there. All right, we're getting set for our second matchup. This is going to be Hemlock Semiconductor versus Consumers Energy.
So they're introducing the teams on the field. Red Alliance looks like this, stacked up with the Calumet Copperbots, Kalamazoo County 4-H Strike Force, and the Wayland Wildcats. Those are all fairly high numbers.
Yeah, the Strike Force, though, did win the state championship last year.
Okay. Blue Alliance looks like this, the Engineers, the Red Thunder Robotics, and K9.0 Robotics.
Take a look. Engineers won. They won the Mount Pleasant event and the Kearsley event. 2 event wins for them. 7166 Red Thunder Robotics. They won in Mason and also Mount Pleasant. So we had a team up here returning. So they won 7166 and 2337. Won an early event together, and they're back.
And away we go. We're into autonomous. See who can come out with a big splash early. Looks like Blue Alliance loading up. Red Alliance keeping up as well.
It's this second load where things are going to get, figured out. Yeah. Looks like both sides are going to get back. These are both really good off auto modes.
Boy, they're going fuel cell for fuel cell.
Oh,
into the hub. Oh, one down. Oh, there we go.
Yep. So Red with the auto mode win. In transition shift, they're going to try to get one load off. 6090 doing a great job of that. 2767 with the slow rate of fire. They've got that turret. And now Blue's got a ping pong back in the lead here.
Big punch. Very close, but still very efficient offensively for the Blue Alliance. And now they keep banging away with that 2337 Engineers robot.
About 5 seconds left here in this shift. Blue is going to get about 100 points up. Red now answering back.
Oh boy, we are back and forth.
We'll see
Still
here.
lots of time, too.
And it's great. The Red Alliance is a great example of the 2 different archetypes. Look at 6090, crossing the bump, getting a load of balls, emptying them instantly. Meanwhile, 2767 is just constantly shooting as they load from balls in the zone. They've got that turret that's always aiming in the right direction, but a few misses there.
Both teams have cleared 300.
Yep, Red took a lead back, but not as big as their auto mode lead, and now Blue's shift. They're going to get back in the lead. They want to be up by another 100 points or so here to set them up for, that end game possibility.
Well, they're hammering home the Blue Alliance fuel cell.
Also of note, all 3 robots in blue were shooting there. We saw the 3rd robot coming all the way across the field with stolen fuel, adding to the score.
Red Alliance looking to make up some numbers.
Yep, Engineers, 2237 there on the far side of the field playing defense this shift. They're not shooting anything out, but they stole a bunch of balls, and those balls were all balls that 2767 was about to pick up and shoot in with the turret. So Red needs to score more here. They did not get the lead back in that shift. Blue held the lead. And now here's endgame with Blue with a huge ball supply.
A race to the finish. Can Red push hard enough? Doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, Hemlock in the lead now.
Out.
And that's, you can see with 27-67 trying to shoot. Oh, they turned off. 27-67, stop moving. They lost connection. They're out. Red is probably done.
That's the Strike Force machine, and it's going to be too little, too late, and the Blue Alliance.
60-90, a huge shot at the end, but Engineers doing the same thing on the other side, along with 71-66. And Strike Force going down there is going to be a problem.
Normally, a score like that is nothing to be ashamed about if you're the Red Alliance. I mean, you're north of 400. That's pretty solid.
It is solid, but don't forget, we keep going higher and higher as the season goes on. So scores that were good for us a few weeks ago at Kentwood, not good enough anymore.
Not good enough.
Sounds like we're being told it was the main breaker on the Strike Force robot that popped again, and that makes sense. Again, I can't see any lights from up here on that robot. That's usually a sign you lost main battery. What can happen is these robots are pushing the battery so hard that at the end of matches, sometimes you can brown out, you could run out of power, or you could pop the main breaker on the robot. It's just a normal 12-volt like boat or motorcycle style battery. It's a sealed lead acid battery. And they've got motors on these robots that can pull, hundreds of watts. We can have essentially the equivalent of a few space heaters per robot or a couple microwaves per robot, all running off that one tiny battery. So if they're not careful in controlling how much current each motor can use, or just limiting the overall current of the robot, you can get into these situations where running everything flat out will do that. Will pull too much current and pop the protective breaker.
And again, we're not seeing any tower runs, no tower points.
Correct,
kind of per what we expected. So that's going to be maybe par for the course for the rest of today. We touched on that in the open, though.
We could get surprised, but I want to say I don't think I saw any of these alliances do any tower climbing in their divisional playoff runs.
All right, Blue Alliance bringing it home. Well, we actually did have the Red Alliance getting almost to 500, so the winning gap not quite as big, but still a win for the Blue Alliance. Downstairs, we go to Kaylee.
Clayton is here with me. Blue Alliance, a win for you guys. It felt as if your team hit the gas and never let up. How did that feel? Did it feel the same on the field as it looked for you?
Yeah. Paying attention and making sure we're in the right spots at the right time really helped with that. Making sure we knew where all the fuel was so we could go get that in quick succession and make all of our shots.
What is something you learned from this match that you're going to take into the next one?
That knowing where the fuel is going to be even more important as teams start starving each other, and knowing when's a good time to steal and when's a good time to just take from the neutral zone and what's coming out of the opponent's hub.
Dan, I want to ask you, do you have any questions for Clayton as the Blue Alliance?
Yeah, I'm just curious. So, we saw a few instances of your Alliance robots crossing the field, trying to get some fuel from the other Alliance's scoring zone. But we didn't see any feeding out of that zone. Is that something you're contemplating for future matches?
Not as much. Not necessarily that we can't do it, but time-wise, it's not as efficient to then feed from there. If we're just going to get one hopper, it's better to come to the neutral zone where we'll know 100% it's in our Alliance zone once we feed. And then we're already set for the next area, taking from their hub.
All right, Clayton here with us. Dan and Dan, we're going to send it back upstairs and try to talk to someone from the Red Alliance.
All right, Kaylee, thank you. Yeah, we're going to cover all sides of this. There's our final score. Boy, not much of a gap.
So remember, we lost Strike Force 27-67 for the entire last 30 seconds of the match. That was the endgame period where both hubs are active. In those 30 seconds, they easily could have scored. They only needed, 56 points to tie it up. And that is something they're more than capable of. So this is almost entirely attributed. The difference in score here is almost entirely attributed to that robot going down. Otherwise, it would have been a virtual tie.
Downstairs, Kaylee talking with someone from Strike Force.
Lucas is here with me. Lucas, obviously not the outcome that you guys wanted. What happened with your bot there at the end?
I think we lost comms. We were playing fine up until then, but just a couple of things. Great defense from Engineers. Our comms fell. Things kind of started to fall apart, but overall a great match.
Do you think that is something that is going to be fixable before heading forward?
Yeah, 100%. I think the code just needs to look at it and figure out what went wrong, but I think we'll be able to be ready for the next match.
Strikeforce is a team that we all have our eyes on. You guys have won on every field here at States, winning last year as well. Do you feel as if there is extra pressure because of those past plays?
Yeah, definitely. We're a well-known team, and there's a lot of people looking at us and wanting to know how we're going to do, but I think we're going to, show them what we can do.
Dan, you have a question for Lucas as well.
Yep, looking forward, you're now in the lower bracket. You're going to be facing off against the Aptive Alliance. Have you been scouting them out? Do you have a different game plan for that alliance?
I don't think so. I think we're just going to go out there and play our game, split the zones, pass, and hopefully be able to clean it up and get a win in the end.
Lucas, good luck moving forward. Dan and Dan?
All right, let's dive into our highlight package of how that last match played out. Blue Alliance looking good early. Yep. That's a nice start.
82-80. Remember, that's the third pick on this alliance, so they are doing a good job of finding places to score. And this is an alliance that, when you look at raw scoring power, they're going to need some of that just to keep up, potentially with the higher seeded, with the DTE, the higher scoring alliances. Good match there.
Yeah, lots to be happy about. And over time, yeah, this is an interesting look here.
Yep. So you can see in auto, right, lead for red. Not huge, but a lead for red. Then that transition period, blue is hurting there. Red gets a chance to go and shoot really quickly. Blue has to start working to prepare for their first shift. So blue falls a little bit behind in that transition, scores a ton in their first shift. Red tries to answer back, but you can see it closed up at the end of shift 1 and shift 2. And then shift 3 and shift 4, that's when blue had the lead. We were talking about that. We said, hey, red's lead is not as big at the end of the first 2 shifts. We saw it flip at the end of the second 2 shifts, and then with no strike force in the last 30 seconds, we had the Blue Alliance able to kind of pull away.
Let's get back to one of our sponsor interviews. Earlier, Kaylee talking with a representative from the Hemlock Alliance.
Corey Pickvet is sitting here with me from Hemlock. Corey, good to have you here.
Oh, thank you.
Corey, we were talking a little bit earlier. Your roles around First in Hemlock have changed a lot. I want to go back first to your experience starting with First. We were talking a little bit that you actually got your start a little bit more up north in Pinconning.
Correct. Yeah, that's where I grew up in high school. I won't give the year when I graduated, date myself, but they didn't have the robotics program then. Several years later, I helped start the program and been part of that. I was part of that for the past 10 years. Just recently, I've stepped away from that, but found opportunities to get involved with First. They're abundant. This here, I don't think they could take enough volunteers to manage this giant event here, and it's pretty amazing, the people that do get involved, just the passion that they show.
Oh, it makes you want to keep coming back every year, is the people.
Much.
What was it like trying to start a program there? Was there a lot of positive responses and students who wanted to be a part of it?
Very much, and it's what kept me coming back. So I actually, in that program, there's students that actually hired into professional post-graduation from high school. They went on to college and found opportunities for them. There were kids that told me after the programs ended, came to me and thanked me for helping mentor them through that, talking to them, showing them stuff. It's very interesting seeing these kids take something from nothing, a concept, to building it, the machinery that goes into it, the power, the programming, all of that, wiring it. It gives them a newfound respect for how your iPhone just works. It's seeing that full package.
So you have gone all the way from a First student to creating a team to now you are with Hemlock, one of our sponsors here. You just started with Hemlock 2 months ago.
Yep.
What made you want to start with them?
So quite literally, they're a great science company in the semiconductor business, world leader in that regard. But beyond that, they are very engaged in the community. And I've had previous jobs where I've done that. I've got out in the community and seen things, and always Hemlock was out there in front of us. And it's evident in what they have here, the sponsorships. They've built the STEM Center in Hemlock where schools from all over the area actually leverage and use it. And it's amazing what they're doing for the school. So you mentioned the smaller program that I came from. It's a little tougher in those areas to raise the funds necessary to get the resources to build these. These don't come free. And so you're doing all sorts of stuff, finding sponsorships, looking for donations. And so for Hemlock to have their hands open, looking to give, it's a huge burden off everybody's shoulders to have that available for them. I guarantee if you ask any team in the greater Saginaw Valley area, they know where that STEM center is and probably are using it. And it's actually become a model for other areas where they're trying to build these hubs, because you do get in these situations for schools that maybe underserved who don't have those opportunities. They're seeing that and gravitating towards it, whether it's building robots or just going there to test or just collaborating with other schools. There's huge opportunities in going there and seeing that.
How would students in FIRST, or is the world of FIRST relevant to the world of Hemlock right now? How are students able to relate to a sponsor like Hemlock and a business like Hemlock?
Well, 100% it's relatable. These kids are the future. We are an engineering company, basically, and that's what we're building out of this. Even beyond that, though, there's some kids who get into this who maybe don't have that science mindset, more of a business mindset. There's a whole arm of this where you're going out advertising, you're seeking sponsorships, you're doing just basic stuff, graphic design for your logos, for T-shirts, for, I don't know if you've walked in the pits and seen all the little swag that they give out.
Oh, yeah, of course.
But they have teams of kids who are doing that, and not to mention being connectors, talking to other schools. When I've done some judging events for some other things and I talk to some of these schools, just collaborating with other schools is one thing. I feel like that's a pretty extraordinary feat. Some of these schools are collaborating with other countries and continents they're reaching out to and working with them. And so the bar just keeps going up, and these kids in this area are responding to that. And it's truly amazing to see it. I couldn't imagine me in high school doing this stuff, and I see these kids doing that. And so these are the kids that we're looking for to come work in our plants and just innovate that next thing. The technology is not stopping. It's growing at an exponential pace, and these kids are on the front edge of it.
Well, we're glad to have you here and glad to have you with Hemlock as a sponsor. Corey Pickvet sitting down with us. We are going to send it back over to you guys.
All right, Katie, let's take a look at our brackets as they stand now. We've seen, look at the huge numbers in our first two matches.
Yep, so DTE Alliance winning with that big 670. That is a bigger score than we've seen from any other division so far, including back on their divisional fields. They're going to play Hemlock Semiconductor here in round 2 in the upper bracket. Lower bracket, that match number 4 down there on the bottom, that will be elimination match. So Aptiv versus Consumers Energy. Winner moves on, loser goes home.
All right, the stakes get higher, and we'll come back with more from Saginaw Valley State University. First in Michigan Robotics, our third match of the day, when we come back to SVSU.
There's so many skills you can gain at FIRST. The whole purpose is problem solving. Whether you know engineering or not, it's about trying to figure out a solution, an innovative solution.
I always been good with my hands, and I wanted to do something with technology. So I was like, maybe I should join robotics.
Going into FIRST, I thought I'd be more of like a designing aspect. I originally wanted to be an architect, so I thought I could be able to design the robot and modify it. But now, since I'm in robotics, I'm more of the mechanical aspect. When I first joined, I met a lot of people at the mez, and like they just accepted me immediately. It was like you go into your cousin's house for the first time, and you haven't met these cousins before, but your family, so you immediately know each other and you immediately bond.
I've learned a lot about problem solving and like designing different parts. A lot about just the process that you would take. I think that's the most important.
Without my coaches or mentors, I wouldn't be able to build. I wouldn't be able to plot out how to cut the pieces and drill the holes.
As I learn, I can also provide
learning experience for the students as well.
Before joining First, I was a really closed-off person. I wasn't really that social, and I think they really exposed me to the real world where I have to interact with other people.
Definitely communicating with people. That's really a big thing there. Being able to ask for help, that's a really big thing.
First made me leave my shell and really start talking to people. You don't know what kind of connections you will make just from talking.
The values young people learn in First can make a huge positive impact on the neighborhoods and communities where we live and serve. That's one of the many reasons CTE supports First.
Michigan's future is built on grid. Crews on the ground and in the air, modernizing the grid to reduce outages. Engineers planning for what's next. Steady work, securing the systems you depend on every day. Around 75 cents of every dollar is reinvested directly into securing the electric grid, supporting homes, businesses, and communities across Michigan, season after season. Michigan, you can count on us.
We are back. She wasn't actually falling asleep, was she?
No way.
She's catching her wind.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. You got to catch your breath here. We are rolling along into our third match in about 3 minutes, so we'll have a little bit of extra time to kind of set the stage for you. And again, the activity is nonstop. One person is yawning, everybody else is moving and shaking and having a big old time here at Saginaw Valley State. You know, they used to do the Macarena frequently.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not sad to say that I don't see the Macarena as much. And, you know, Kaylee Marentet, you know, she's somebody that could probably fill in and do some of those dance moves.
That's what I hear. I hear she's got all of those choreographed.
She's put in a lot of
down.
time with us here on First in Michigan Robotics, but I have not seen a lot of dance. Okay, she's rehearsing. Yeah, she's rehearsing. Well, what do you think, Kayla? You got your dancing shoes on, or?
You know, Dan, I was actually in a dance competition in November.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Do we have any B-roll of that we could roll in here?
We gonna, no, please. I don't know if you can see me.
You didn't see that coming.
No. Well,
YMCA, that's a nice little throwback.
I did not bring my dancing shoes, but
okay.
I did train for 5 months for a dance competition, so I feel a little bit more ready. Dan, we need you down here.
Well, there's two Dans, so we'll have to flip a coin.
Whoever wants to actually both.
The world could not handle both Dans dancing down there. All right.
We don't want to interrupt the event.
No, we don't want. We've gone down this rabbit hole.
Everybody would stop and watch. It would take hours to get everybody back on track. It'd be.
We'd have to charge people. There'd be autographs involved. All right, let's go to our rundown here for the upper bracket, round 2, match 3. Clarkston, Team Rush, heavy hitters all the way across the board.
Yeah, I mean, I keep saying this, but again, this alliance put up 670. They averaged in their division 700 plus points per match. Their lowest score in all of their matches, all their eliminations at their division and out here on the main field, 593 is the lowest score they've gotten. And that's enough to beat some of the other alliances' best scores.
Yeah, they're jacked up here. Can't really get a good sight on that banner. That's a pretty elaborate one. We got all kinds of activity
that
here.
is that's 7769. We saw them at Troy.
Okay.
The crew, and that is their. It's from the Goonies.
Were they flashing that banner? Is that kid from the Goonies?
I think they had a smaller one. Maybe they had that.
Okay.
They must have had that one there too. But I remember seeing the. They do that kid from the Goonies a lot.
They're
yes.
bringing out the big guns here at States. Yeah, there's Goonies. Okay. Nice job. So on the field, they're introducing all the players for the Blue and Red Alliance. This is par for the course. They want to give these kids as big a stage as possible to shine on.
Yep, and we're going to have Hemlock Semiconductor as the other alliance here. 2337. One of kind of the storied programs in First in Michigan. They've been around for a long time.
What's on that sheet of paper that we just saw on that machine? Did you see that?
I missed it.
No,
I
you
missed it.
Okay, well, we cut away from it. Well, there's a big, well, oh, that's for the, okay.
Yeah, that
that's
hanging
for the
right there,
judges?
that is the judges' penalty cheat sheet.
Ah, okay.
Of course, they have everything memorized, but that will remind them which penalty is which.
Just like we have everything memorized, right?
Yep.
Yep, indeed. All right, we're ready to go here.
Everything, as long as we don't talk about geography.
No. And off we go here. Autonomous 20 seconds. Every fuel cell counts.
All right, everybody got about what they wanted there at the beginning. Now here, 3668 came across the field late and stole a bunch of that fuel from underneath the blue hub. That's helping them get the advantage. They're also firing that back to load for their teams, and 27 just absolutely unloaded.
Man. Ball retrieval is absolutely critical. You just got to gobble them up whenever they're in front of you.
Yeah, big win for Red. Red now is going to look for that one quick shot in transition mode. And what we see is no defensive robots from Blue. They're going to let them have it for free. That 10 seconds sometimes is tight enough that if you play defense right away, you could prevent those points.
About a 100-point swing in favor of the Red Alliance. Let's see if Blue can punch back the other way.
Yep, Engineers crossing the field, trying to steal a few of the balls that they're setting up. Meanwhile, 3668 is here waiting to play some defense.
A lot of loose fuel cells in the red zone. They'll try to gobble them up and load up for their next attack, which is now, and it looks good.
That's, I believe, 7166 now was in the Red Alliance zone, fired some balls out. Just trying to slow them down a little bit.
That's the Red Thunder Robotics Grapefruit.
We'll see. We're about 5 seconds away now from the end of this shift. That'll mean both alliances have had one offensive shift. And Red's going to have a big, big lead, 230 points now, as Blue needs to answer back. Blue, if we're not tied at the end of this shift, Blue is in trouble.
Yeah, Red defense provided by the Trobots.
7769 now also crossed the field, stole a load of balls, fired them across, and then took another load as they came back.
Yeah, it's not really defense. We're just grabbing fuel cells.
Yep, 82-80.
Wherever we can get them, yeah.
Same thing, did some of that crossing of the field, trying to do some denial, but now 82-80, something is up with that robot. They should be, there it goes. Now they've unloaded the balls. They kind of sat there for a second, thinking about what they wanted to do. We'll see here. Red is going to be up by so many points. Blue's going to need a huge final period. 3668 stuck on balls, though. That's not helping the Red Alliance here in the middle. 27 does finally free them.
An assist from their teammate. Very nice.
And 2337 stuck on balls now, crossing the field. Looks like they're going to free themselves. And here comes the end game. Yeah, we're on pace for 700 plus here. Rush is going to get back. 27 is going to get back with one more hopper full of balls. It's already 700. This is going to be 750, 760. 7769 adds. We're going to be close to 800.
Blue Alliance might get 500, but they're in the dust, basically.
Yep, not enough. You cannot go head-to-head with this alliance. This DTE alliance, you cannot try to outscore them. I know we did have 8280 contributing as a third robot to that offensive scoring, but you have to have somebody slowing down 27 or 7769, or they're going to do this 750, 800 point match on you.
Well, that is a major league win. 774. That's an all business knockdown.
Yep, and that takes them back up to those numbers that we expected from them. That 710 point average score, 841 max. I think they had a 780 something and an 800 plus point match in their division. So they're working their way back up here. And again, this is a couple matches where they weren't defended. First match because of the robot breaking. This match kind of because of choice. They chose not to play man on defense or robot on robot defense. Instead, it looked like Blue's plan was just to try to steal balls, try to go for ball control. And I think it's going to have to be a combination of both. I think you're going to have to steal some of those balls that they're staging, but you're also going to have to do some of that physical robot on robot, hit them when they try to shoot defense.
Yeah, that is good. Your hand is almost forced.
Yeah.
Because they're just so good.
Exactly.
You've got to do something.
Yep.
Yeah, this is the way it looks. It's Yeah, Red throwing a lot of balls back into their zone.
Yep, this is something that they're going to do in the middle of the field, and then you can even see 36-68 is loading in the blue zone. They're going to take some opportune moments to also dump those off or fire those across the field. But this is what I'm talking about. So 36-68 is doing a good job of collecting balls. Now here they're a little lost on defense. Once that shift started, you know 82-80, you know the Engineers, you know 71-66, they're all going to be back there trying to shoot. That's your chance. Hit them a couple times, make a miss, then go deliver those balls. Because teams are always ready. The start of the shift, teams are going to come in and be ready to go. That's your chance. Meet them there. Don't let them in the zone. Hit them when they're shooting. Then when they're going back to reload, you want to do something else. That's dead time to you. Go ahead and, either fire balls out of their zone, steal balls from their zone, or that's your opportunity to cross the field to feed your own alliance.
Let's go downstairs and check in with Kaylee.
Amira is back with us. Amira, 774. What changed between the last match and this match to get you guys a score like that?
I think we got the rhythm of our dance perfected. There were a lot more fuel out there than the last match, especially since we had more defense the last match. And I think our drivers are more comfortable with defense now, so I think that's what's changed.
It did seem as if the Blue Alliance was more so just focused on stealing fuel from you guys than really blocking it. Did that change your strategy at all, or were you guys happy about that?
We were completely fine. We just score the balls that we have and then go out and get them again.
200, more than 200, I believe, is 206 in autonomous mode. Is that something you guys have scored before, or is that right on par with where you've been?
I don't think we've seen those scores before, but it's pretty exciting.
Very exciting to see you guys move forward, Amira. Thank you. Dan and Dan?
Yeah, I did want to ask a quick question here. I saw 7769 was spending some time feeding balls out of the Blue Alliance zone. So they were, kind of parked in there, fired a whole hopper off, loaded up again before they left. Was that kind of like a thing of opportunity? It just made sense in this match, or is that something you're focusing on going forward?
We're definitely focusing on the crew stealing on the other Alliance zone, and we're kind of just the rock in the middle, so...
Amira, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dan and Dan, thanks for the question.
Yeah, let's get to our scoreboard. Those are some gaudy numbers.
Yep.
I'm running out of superlatives
to
you
got to get the thesaurus out here.
Right.
774, man, that's a good score. They're capable of going higher, but, a 261-point win is going to be good enough. 193 in auto. This is one of the big problems our other alliances here are gonna, be watching out for. Sometimes they can match in teleop, sometimes they can get the extra defense, but I've not seen another alliance here capable of putting up 193 in auto. And again, winning auto sets you up for the match so well. It gives you that preferred shift, gives them time to go and do some of that stealing that we just talked about, getting all those balls under your control in time for your offensive shift.
Let's reconnect downstairs with Kaylee Marentet.
Aiden joining us from the Blue Alliance. Still a great score. I know a lot of eyes have been on that Red Alliance, the DTE Alliance. Did you guys have to change your strategy at all versus them versus another alliance?
Not really. We ran kind of the same thing we have been running here in Finstein. But I know we're going to try and make some changes for next time.
Was there what was the idea between more so just stealing fuel than really playing defense?
So we knew that we needed to make sure that we had fuel on our side and make sure that they didn't have it. And also, making sure that they, whenever possible, if they were able to not shoot, that's preferable as well.
Is there anything in particular you guys plan on changing moving forward?
Not really. We need to see how our next match goes, see where we need to improve more specifically.
Good luck moving forward, Aiden. We'll definitely be keeping our eye out for you. Dan and Dan, we're going to send it back upstairs.
All right. And score overtime. There was no overlap. Red Alliance got the jump and just kept going.
Yeah, we can see it did close a little bit in shift 3 and 4. So that's the silver lining. During teleop, it was a good shift 1 for Red Alliance compared to shift 2. Shift 1 for the Blue Alliance compared to shift 2 for the Red Alliance. That's where they got their advantage. That was because they had time to stage those balls, but it's pretty close. The gap there staying relatively consistent. It was endgame and it was the beginning. And endgame, again, just being that they had more time, they had more balls under their control. and then that auto mode setting them up for that first shift to, again, have time to feed into their zone before they had to play.
That is very, very impressive.
So it sounds like they are invoking order placement. And so the way this works, what we're watching, right, is in auto mode, all these robots are cutting out towards the middle of the field. And there are minor interactions between them that can have major effects on the outcome of auto mode. If you have one robot that's faster than the other alliances, you can sort of cut them off and control more of that fuel. So what these alliances want to do is they want to get the matchup they want. They might say, hey, we want this robot to be on the same side as the other alliance's specific robot. Now, most of the time, they don't care. Most of the time, alliances just put their robots on the field and go with it. But if one of the alliances sees that they could have an advantage running their alliance mode based on the lineup, then they can call for this placement order. With placement order, I believe, actually, I don't remember offhand. We're going to have to check this. But I think the blue alliance will place a robot first. Then the red alliance will place a robot on the field. Then the blue alliance places their second robot. Red alliance places their second robot. Then the blue one does the third, and red does their third robot. What that means is if you are, I believe it's the red alliance, we'll have to check. I might be backwards on that. It might be red that has to go first. But if you're on the alliance that goes second, you can always wait and say, if we want to target this specific robot, whatever side they end up putting it on, that's the side we're going to put our robot that can mess up their auto mode. We might also be seeing a defensive-only auto mode from the third robot, and they'll know the path. I mean, they have scouts. They've been watching, so they know the exact second trip to the center path that some of these robots are going to take, and they might have their third robot trying to drive out and block that path specifically.
Interesting stuff. Let's roll into our look at the brackets. As we are going to get ready for match 4. That's the lower bracket match, but this is the road to a championship here at Saginaw Valley State.
Yep, so DTE, by virtue of winning the 2 upper bracket matches, they're done. They're in the finals. They don't have to do any more work. Meanwhile, Hemlock dropping down to the lower bracket. They will face the winner of this Aptiv versus Consumers Energy Alliance. And then the winner of that match will make it back to the finals. And just like our district events, when you get to the finals, it's best 2 out of 3. There is no need to reset the bracket or anything like that. It's just going to be 1 2 out of 3, series for the win.
Another one of our great corporate sponsors is GE. Kaylee Marintet talked with them earlier.
Andrew Brown with GE Aerospace is with us today. Andrew, thanks for joining us.
Absolutely.
First, I have to ask you, we talked about, this is your first.
Yes.
What is it like so far?
Absolutely blown away. I had the opportunity to bring my 11-year-old son with me today. He's doing his first robotics club in 5th grade, and we were both absolutely just blown away by the competition, the students, the technology they're using.
It's
no
incredible.
idea. Absolutely incredible.
Nothing else like it.
No.
So let's talk about GE Aerospace.
Yes.
You guys are a sponsor this year. How important is it for you guys to be here with First as a sponsor?
Sure. So this year we're actually sponsoring 5 different events.
Mhm.
One in Michigan, 22 different teams. 7 of them are in Michigan this year. But it's extremely important, not only from just a community standpoint and how you give back, but how we're developing the pipeline for our company in the future.
Speaking of the future, how would you say these students in First can relate? What should they know if they want to work for someone like GE Aerospace?
Sure. I mean, obviously the degree they're getting is important and going through that, but more importantly is real-world first-hand experience, and that's what we're getting today. We had an opportunity to talk to some of the teams, and they're working through problem solving, they're working through collaboration amongst people that they are meeting live for the first time. It's a team event. They're getting to influence people, and then again, most importantly, how do they apply technology to solve real-world problems? So
there's skills that you can take outside of just First and working with a company for sure.
Absolutely.
So let's talk about you and your role with GE Aerospace. First of all, what is it, if people don't know what GE Aerospace is?
Sure. So GE Aerospace, we make jet engine components. We are, if you fly, whether it's here or worldwide, vacation, work-related, there's a 75% chance you're flying on an engine or a plane that's powered by a GE engine. So we're
I was just in
powering the world.
Spain, so I
Yes.
wish I had known that beforehand.
That's why I just came back from Spain 3 days ago.
I
With the whole
just came
family.
back from were we on the same flight? I just came back from Spain
on
3
Monday.
days ago.
Yes.
I actually
Yeah.
think you might have been on my
Yes.
flight. I flew back Monday as well.
That's awesome.
So, what would you want people to know? You've been with the company for 22 years.
Yes.
What would
Yes.
you want people to know with your experience about the company?
Yeah, I mean, it's a phenomenal company to work for. Not only is it important for our communities and the jobs we employ, but more importantly, again, we're powering the world. We're connecting people across the globe. Again, we're growing like crazy. So last year grew 20%. This year we're going to grow another 20%. We're investing $1 billion in U.S. manufacturing. So about 60 or 70 million of that's going to be in Michigan, between Grand Rapids and Muskegon. So we got 2,000 employees here just in Michigan alone, 55,000 around the globe. So it's a great company to work for. It's important, again, not only for the communities we work in, but for the world itself.
And that's nice, too, for students who are maybe born and raised in Michigan and they want to stay local. So there would be possibly job opportunities in places like Muskegon.
Yes, Muskegon, Grand Rapids both employ about 1,000 people and growing. And it's every different type of job you can imagine, whether it's HR, IT, design engineering, manufacturing engineering, software. So yeah, we're doing it all here in Michigan.
We are very excited to have you here, and happy first.
Yes, thank you.
Very excited for you. Andrew Brown with us from GE Aerospace. Dan and Dan.
Thank you, Kaylee. So maybe a little bit of a slow transition here.
Well, so because that order placement was called, we won't see all the robots just getting on the field and getting ready to go. And here's I looked it up. So when I said I thought it was the Red Alliance, typically in playoffs it's the higher seed, but these are all division winners. So when you come to this interdivisional tournament, part of our Michigan State Championship, placement order is determined by a coin toss, which we just witnessed.
Old school coin toss.
Yeah, it does. In the rules, it actually does say it is a virtual or physical coin toss. We went with the
virtual coin toss.
We went with the real coin this time.
Yeah, because you might not have a coin.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. So I think it is okay to take your phone and do one of the random number apps or heads or tail apps. But in this case, we had the real coin. That's more fun anyway.
Yes, it is more fun.
So now we should see the first robot being placed from the side that lost that coin toss. And then we'll see kind of one robot at a time alternating back and forth between the two coming on the field. I couldn't tell from here who won or lost. Neither of them seemed extremely excited by the outcome of the coin toss.
They're probably like, what's a coin toss?
Yeah, maybe Red was a little bit more. Let's go with maybe Red
Trying
won
to read
it.
body
We'll see.
language,
Yeah.
right?
Still see a little bit of a discussion happening between the head ref and our FTA crew here, the field techs.
That's Brad Clark, by the way, in that blue shirt.
See, I was going to say, I said his name earlier, and you're like, all right, name dropping. And I was like, oh, yeah, but he does have a really legible badge from up here.
I thought there were two Brad Clarks. I get one chance to drop a name.
Yeah.
There it is.
You got it. Looks like they might be reading the rules too.
Yeah.
I don't know. That was so that's our head referee for the field here. That was Jared in the yellow and black who's talking, and then it's Brian who's kind of blocking Jared now. What's cool in Michigan is we have so many district events happening over the year that we have a bunch of head refs in the state of Michigan, and every single referee here on this final field is wearing their head ref uniform. They're only head refs here. So we should have some of the very best referee quality happening here on our final field.
The real question is, who carries coins anymore?
I know. Maybe that's what the holdup was. They had to go find a coin.
Right. Oh, boy.
I think I have
New
coins
school.
in my car.
Yeah.
Right, but my car is also in Lot H about a mile down the road. So,
oh, I know what that's about.
would have been a bit of a delay.
Yes. Yeah, parking is an issue if you're coming next year. We're about 4 minutes out from our next match, so we will step aside, let our sponsors get involved, and we will come back with more. First in Michigan Robotics, our state championship continues Match 4 when we come back to Saginaw Valley State.
Our story begins with movement, not just of vehicles, but of ideas. Aptiv has long been a catalyst for innovation, from manual to automated, mechanical to electrified, analog to digital. Aptiv has helped drive the evolution of mobility. Today, the same technologies that power mobility are transforming entire industries. Everywhere you look, automation is accelerating productivity. Electrification is powering a sustainable future. And digitalization, powered by software-defined intelligence, is unlocking new possibilities. In fact, in any application that's mission critical, any industry where failure is not an option, we see similar challenges, similar requirements, and a similar need for innovation. Transformation is in our DNA. We've redefined mobility, and now we're applying that same ingenuity to shape what comes next. With cutting-edge technologies, technical expertise, advanced tools, and the global scale and supply chain to deliver it, Aptiv is well-positioned across industries, across markets, across the globe.
For 65 years, Hemlock Semiconductor has turned innovation into impact. From farmland to a global leader in polysilicon, the purest man-made substance on Earth. Our materials power the chips in your phone, your game console, and the solar panels driving clean energy. This is where science meets possibility, where problem solvers build what's next. And that future starts with you. Hemlock Semiconductor, 65 years of progress, and we're just getting started.
Mountie McFly. That's the Mountie Megabots robot from Northwest High School in Jackson. Dan, let's go back to that coin toss. So what is the advantage to winning or losing the toss?
Red had to place first. That means they lost the toss. That means blue is going to get a chance to place in response. So they can, if they want to target a specific red robot, then after that robot is placed, they'll have the chance to place a robot to directly counter it. Other interesting thing is we are back to 7197 instead of 4327, which means the original third robot for this alliance out of Aptiv is now functional again. 4327, who popped their main breaker in the first match out here, now is back on the proverbial bench.
So the repair work continues to ebb and flow.
Yep.
Here at SVSU.
Yep, so, and we'll see, it looks like it's going to be the two third robots for these two alliances are getting placed first. 2586 for blue in response. And now, again, the head ref is over saying, okay, next red robot come out. So it's going to be 3538. They're picking their side. And here's where now blue knows, right? Like, do you want somebody that wants to go up against 3538's auto mode, or do you want to be on the other side? And 3538 goes a little bit slower in auto mode. They sometimes shoot their three before moving. So it is an opportunity where if you know that that's their auto mode, you could go deeper into that ball pile onto their side of the field and try to collect more. So I don't know which side called for placement, who thinks that they have an auto mode that can take the advantage here. It could have been either side. I know enough people on both of these alliances to know that if they think they have an advantage there, they would have called for that.
So the machines are quiet now. Boy, it's always anxious. I would think it's anxious to have, you know, a serious mechanical issue at this moment of the weekend and the season.
Yep. There's some events earlier, right, where if somebody breaks, it's kind of okay because you might be good enough in offense that you can, you know, run the table at an early event. But here at the state championship, I mean, we already saw, you lose a robot, it's real hard to come back.
Let's go downstairs and join Kaylee.
Dan, I had a quick question for you guys. You just mentioned it. You know, this 43-27 having an issue like that early on and, you know, dealing with these technical issues. What is the mentality that you have to push through those technical issues and not let it get in your head and affect the game moving forward?
I think it starts with your pit crew. So when these robots come off the field, each team is going to have a pit crew that is going to check the robot out, get it fixed up, get it ready for the next match. And if you have trust in your pit crew, if you believe in your pit crew, then when the robot gets placed on the field, the drivers should not need to worry about the robot. They should believe that it is 100% working and that they're ready to go. Sometimes that doesn't work. Sometimes you got to have some talks about it and say, hey, look, you know, we're going to start easy, get a feel for the robot, and then work our way up. But essentially at this level, it's like if the robot stops working, it stops working. As a driver, what are you going to do about that? You can't control that. And you have to go out and you have to play hard if you want to win the match. So you kind of can get to that point. But I did have an experience a number of years ago. One of our alliance partners was having some intermittent issues that they couldn't figure out, and it did kind of shake their drive team. They weren't able to perform at the level that they had been all weekend. So taking some time, having that conversation, calming everybody down is an important step here.
Yeah, because there really is no such thing as muscle memory in robotics, because your body is operating a machine.
Right, yeah, like a little bit, I guess, muscle memory for the controls,
yes,
right?
But right.
Yeah, no, the robot, you're sending controls over to the robot, and it is going to either do what you tell it or it's not. And if it doesn't, kind of as a driver, there's nothing else you can do. So no reason to be too nervous about it, but
play on.
Yep, that's all you can do. So we got our last robot down. This is the other thing is, it does take much, much longer to get robots staged when somebody calls for placement order. A lot of times the teams will just kind of like figure it out themselves and say, hey, look, we're going to start on this side. As long as you do that, we don't need to call for it or whatever. There was a placement order a number of years ago at Worlds where the person I was going up against was like, hey, just put your robot where you want it because we have priority, and then we'll just put ours. We won't get the referees involved, so it's not this specific, now you go, now wait, now you go. It was like, you know, all right.
A little more informal.
Yeah. And you can do that when you have the relationships. But here, you know, there's really no, I think they needed to call for it if they wanted to target a specific robot. There's no kind of way around that for them here.
This is our first elimination round, win or go home.
Yep,
so
that is correct.
The weekend is coming to a close for one of these great teams.
Yep, we can look back. Our Consumers Energy Alliance put up 496. That's the 60-90, 27-67, and 25-86 Alliance in blue. And they were wearing red last time they played. And then the Aptive Alliance only put up 427, but remember that was with a broken robot. They were short an entire robot, so not able to kind of play defense for the entire match.
They look calm. They look collected. However, on the inside, you never know.
That's true, yep. We got like a really good, solid veteran on both sides as well. I mean, 60-90's been here before. They either have a state finalist or a state championship win. 27-67 won the state championship last year, has won a world championship. So a lot of experience there. 35-38 on the other side, always in the mix. They have some experienced coaches that can try to keep everybody calm.
Another little pause. They told the drivers to go behind the lines, and then another little delay.
Yep. Looks like we're ready.
Let's see some thumbs up. Cheering helps.
I don't see the head referee yet at the head referee podium. There he is. He's back now. So he might have been off talking to somebody or just getting a drink. But we are good to go now.
Thumbs up all the way around.
All right, watch these interactions in auto mode. We're going to see if that placement order mattered or if everybody gets what they want anyway.
And machines crashing in the middle there in the neutral zone to pick up as many fuel cells as they can get.
Yep, 71-97 coming out late. Went for a little clip on 60-90. They did make contact, but it didn't really affect them.
Autonomous, very good for both teams. About 125.
Yep. 25-86, if you were watching, did not move. They A-stopped. They did not want to move in that situation. I don't know, again, if that plays back to the placement or not.
Boy, there's
25-86 stuck on some balls. But
a lot of fuel cells in the middle that are going into the red alliance
side, yep.
zone.
So red did win that auto mode, which is great for them. And now we see 71-97, just absolutely big hit on 60-90 at the right time. Got some misses out of that. Blue does take the lead, though. They swing it back in their first shift. They're going to be up by, let's say, 45, maybe 50
Red
points.
Alliance coming on with a major surge.
We expect red now.
Yeah.
Red is probably going to swing back ahead by 50 or 60 points here, maybe up to 100.
Oh, my.
And that'll be our true score. But blue now has a chance to start feeding some balls. And 71-97 has broken. There's something wrong with that robot. The intake is kind of dangling off the front. It's not a big deal because they're playing defense. But if they end up hitting robots with that dangling intake, they might draw some penalties here. And there's one. I think that was a pinning penalty. And they're in danger of a second penalty. They have to back off. They finally do, I think.
Yeah, you can't risk anything there.
Yeah, so that was 2 pinning penalties. We'll see here, blue is now going to ping pong back into the lead.
Oh, hard hit, though, by the 71-97 Mountie McFly.
Yep, red was ready and waiting with their first burst. 35-38, now trying to get back in the zone. They're being pinned. Got the count, finally some space. We'll see, this is close. Red is starting to pull away again. Got 6 seconds till endgame, and blue can try to answer back. Looks like we're going to be about 70 points here. Blue's got to make up 70 points in the endgame, but they do have full hoppers.
So that 71-97 machine still working on defense.
Yeah, we're close. 400, 420. It's about a 25, 30-point match here.
Very close.
We're going to need to see blue pick it up against 27-67 is going to try to keep shooting.
That's pretty good flurry by the end for the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, but red stretched it back out.
Right.
It's about 40 points now. A lot of balls at the end for blue. They closed the gap. I don't think it's going to be enough, but I think they're going to be close to 500. We're going to be up 530-something to 500.
That was a great match.
We saw a little bit of, so 27-67 with that turreted design, they need to keep their their time shooting as high as possible because their fire rate is lower. The balls per second is kind of lower.
What is
so
that?
basically, once they're capable of shooting, they need to be shooting nonstop. There should never be a cease to the stream of the balls they're putting up because they need to shoot. I mean, they can't shoot 3, 4, 5 balls a second through this single turret. Whereas some of the wide shooters, right, those drum shooters or dumpers can fire 2, 3 balls at a time and get the balls out quickly. Because of that, in order to kind of close that score, you need to see high uptime in shooting.
A Red Alliance win, not by much. That is a very tight margin of victory, but Blue Alliance comes up short.
Yeah, 5-11 is even more points than I thought they were going to get in that end game. So only 21 points separating these two alliances.
Wow. That ain't much. Penalty points. A factor.
Yeah, there are some penalty points. Penalty points going in favor of the Blue Alliance, though. So I think that just closed the gap. It didn't change the outcome.
So, sadly for the Blue Alliance, that's going to put a wrap on the weekend for them.
Yeah, that's the 4th robot on that alliance now. So actually, if this alliance wins here, we're going to have 4 state champions instead of our usual 3. And I guess if they win their next round, we could have 4 finalists if they make it just that far.
Well, you got your money's worth in that match for sure. Combined over 1,000 points.
Yep, and that's I think our closest match of the day thus far. So we had a like 60-point match. That one only about 20.
So they will clean up the practice field, or the playing field, excuse me, and
we're going to see this active alliance come right back out and play again.
Short turnaround. Here's the breakdown on the scoring.
Yeah, 130 to 130 in auto mode. Sometimes when that happens, it is, no penalties there, I think. So I don't actually know who gets the win in auto mode. That might be a virtual coin flip that decided this match to see who won auto mode there. It is just the fuel score in auto mode that determines it. Tiebreaker might have been if you scored other points, but I didn't see any tower climbing either. So dead even in auto mode. Red Alliance, though, able to stretch their lead a little bit during Teleop, but gave up. I think we saw it flash there for a second, but it was 35 penalty points.
Right.
And that was because of pins. If you're pinning another robot, there are rules. Basically, if you pin another robot to a field structure, you get a 3 count. After the 3 count, you're going to get a penalty. In order to stop the count, you have to back up by more than, I think, 6 feet for a few seconds to give them room to move. And what we saw in that match was 71-97 pinned, backed up not far enough, pinned again, and draw 2 major fouls. So that was 15 points per occurrence there. That's 30 of the 35 penalty points.
Let's get downstairs and join Kaylee Marentet.
Jack is here with me from the Blue Alliance. Jack, I want to ask you, Dan's were just talking about it. A lot of pinning penalty points there from the Red. What is your guys' strategy when that's happening?
Yeah, so since we're a fixed shooter, we're more susceptible to defense. So we have 2-3 different options. We butt ourselves against the trench where we can only be pushed in one way. During the end game, we focus towards the tower because that's illegal. You can't hit each other against the tower. We also try to go close to our fixed shot, so we pin up against the hub and try to just shoot from there and try not to get pushed since we're a fixed shooter. And we go against the wall sometimes for that far shot also.
I was told that this may be the end of the road for you guys here today, but maybe not the end of the road for this year. You guys still could be heading to Texas to continue to compete. What are you going to take from today and this season to take you forward?
We're going to continue making improvements on our robot. I think that there's still more to give from that robot without any major changes. And I also feel that, just more strategy and stuff like that. I feel like we did really good. There's also some more improvements, such as we're thinking about a bigger hopper and stuff like that, also to make better improvements.
Well, good luck moving
you.
forward, Jack. Thank you so much for today. Dan and Dan, we're going to try to talk to someone from the Red Alliance.
We'll hold for that. Let's take a look at some highlights, though, from this match.
Here is 54-60. This is one of those big dumpers we talked about. They're full of balls, and you can see that's 2, sometimes 3 at a time. They're able to empty their hopper that fast. That was a situation we saw 25-86 kind of fly by them. Probably should have been hitting them there. See if they can make them miss. The other thing, too, is sometimes these tall robots, 54-60 is one of them, they've got to go back over the bump in order to get in position to score. If 25-86 was waiting on the other side of the bump for them, it's really hard to get enough traction coming down that bump in the middle of the field to push someone out of the way. So a lot of times you can play defense on the inside of that bump and never let the robot get into the zone.
Yeah, nice job by the Blue Alliance. Close. But
yeah, this is our DTE Alliance in their pits. They are not playing in the next match, so they got plenty of time to just kind of relax. Looks like those robots are all ready to go.
Little downtime. Let's reconnect downstairs with Kaylee.
I'm here with Vedant from the Red Alliance. Vedant, talk a little bit about that placement from that coin flip and how it affected the game. I mean, you guys were 130 in that autonomous.
Yeah, so a major thing with our autonomous placement, the opposing alliance can always have an auto that might interact with ours in a way we don't want to, so we could hit the opposing alliance, or it could be a collision in the neutral zone. So essentially, when we call order placement, we get to know where the Blue Alliance is placing all of their robots, so we can determine where we want to run our auto from, so that we either get like the most amount of points possible for us, or we just avoid collisions in the neutral zone. So it's more of a strategic decision than anything else.
A lot of pinning penalties there. Do you guys want to clean up that defense and be moving forward, or does that defense give you that edge that led to the win?
We'd like to clean it up a little bit, maybe less penalties, but we like defense.
It looked as if 71-97 almost had an issue, or their basket was hanging a little bit. Was I misreading that, or is there something to fix?
We're actively working with them on fixing the issues they have with their robot, and they'll be ready for the next match.
Dan, you want to jump in?
Yeah, just so you guys are now kind of in this lower bracket where you're going to be playing matches nonstop, but were you able to take some time and scout out the last match? So you know you're going to be going up against, I believe it's Consumers Energy in your next match. Any thoughts on changing your game plan?
Yeah, our strat team has been like listening and watching all the matches and determining like what's our best strategy, what are the autos we need to run, and what are the different various strategies that we can run depending on if we win auto, lose auto, and different points in the game. If like our teammates break, like what can we do to maximize the chances of beating Consumers?
Good luck moving forward. Thanks for chatting with us and talking about this last match. Dan's?
All right, Kaylee, the 7197 robot that you see here, this is the one that had the problems. Dan, what did it look like?
Yep,
Was
so
that? Oh man,
this
that
is the
thing's all
pin
over
right
the
here.
place. Yeah.
So they pushed 2767 into the wall. Here's the thing: 2767 with that turret doesn't really care. They're able to still aim and shoot. And I believe this was a situation where they needed to back off farther, and finally here is when they backed off. So 30 points of penalties there. They're going to have to stop that for next time, but this is good defense. This is what I'm talking about. 60-90 needs to get back in the zone, block him in the trench. If they try to go over the bump, meet him at the bump, and you can keep them out of the zone. And some of those dumping robots, if you keep them out of the zone for a little bit of time, they only get one chance to unload instead of 2 or 3.
Score over time. It got closer at the end, but again, that's where the kind of the rubber meets the road, right?
Yeah, so big tie in auto mode, that transition then helping out the Red Alliance, who were given the auto mode victory. They kind of expanded that lead over time, but we can see a lot of that closing in Shift 3, 4, and Endgame were those 30 penalty points as well.
So no real, well, there's a little bit of downtime here, but.
Oh my.
Yeah. Kaylee spent some time also with 2017 Team Rush. Let's get an insight on that team from her right now.
Hey, Dans, we are down in the pits with Team Rush, learning about this bot that has been a standout year after year. I'm here with some of the members of the Drive team. Good to see you guys again this year. I know I recognize some familiar faces. Robot this year, tell me what is so special about it. Let's start with you.
My favorite part, or the most special part about our robot, is probably would be our drum shooter, which is I think it's a 1/4-inch steel drum, which allows us to shoot up to 25 balls a second.
25 balls a second. Do you know what your guys' high score is when it comes to the robot this year?
High score, like points in a match. I believe our highest is around like 750.
Pretty impressive for this year. What's one of your favorite parts of the robot this year?
I don't have a specific favorite part of our robot. I think my favorite part is working with our Drive team because we spend so much time practicing back at home. We put a ton of practice into this robot. I don't think our robot is anything special. I think it's our Drive team what makes it special, especially our coach, Mrs. Hughes. We spent so much time analyzing matches from other teams and just spending a lot of time behind the glass at home. And without all our practice, we wouldn't be where we are.
Practice-wise, how many hours would you guys say you put in a day or a week?
For our last competition at Livonia, we put over 15 hours of practice in. This past week, we were here every day practicing before states.
Very impressive. Well, I want to talk to Jimmy over here. Jimmy, what makes your robot here with Team 27, Team Rush, so special?
So we talk about this all the time. It's about hard work and dedication, about making a quality robot. So this morning, for example, we were talking about what are we doing when other teams are sleeping? We're working. What are we doing when other teams are eating? We're working. And I think that's the work ethic that we put in makes all the difference on the field, and it shows them that hard work gives us positive results.
That is a great lesson also for these students to take outside of First Robotics. Jimmy, thank you so much. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. Good luck to you guys. We're going to send it back upstairs.
All right, Katie, let's update the scoreboard here. Dan, this is a modification. It doesn't change the outcome, but to walk us through this here.
Let's see. So this was
the 27 Clarkston Team Rush machine did some damage to one of the Blue Alliance machines.
All right, okay, so we're going back in time, everybody. This is not the last match we just watched, but the match before. Looks like there was a yellow card issued on that Red Alliance from DTE Foundation. We're told it's a G14. That's 15 points for the Blue Alliance, but G15. G15 or G415 is basically saying if you're contacting other robots inside the frame perimeter, that means not bumper to bumper. That means you're hitting them inside the robot and you cause damage, you're going to get a yellow card. If it's enough damage or if it's egregious, intentional, or repeated, you might go straight to a red card. Now, what a yellow card means for them is right now nothing. They gave 15 points to the other alliance, didn't affect the outcome. The score is still, a huge Red Alliance victory. But a second yellow card means they will lose that match. So if in the finals they get another yellow card, those yellows come together to turn into a red, and that'll basically give them a 0-point score for that match. So they've got to be more careful going forward.
All right, good explanation and small detail, but it could be meaningful down the road. We will step aside and come back and continue with our coverage of First in Michigan Robotics. Our state championship today is at Saginaw Valley State University.
A drone dock, think of it kind of like a bird's nest. It's a spot for the drone to return to and charge, upload any images it took, and then relaunch at a different time. This allows us to have a lot of information about our system. We can rapid respond to outages. So say at 1 in the morning, a line goes out because of a tree fall or a bird strike. We can respond within minutes to that, get good eyes on the site. And while our crews are gearing up to respond, we can get them information about where it is and what's wrong to make sure they are bringing the correct equipment to site. In an outage, every minute counts. It could be something like a hospital is currently on backup generators. It could be a person at home who is trying to figure out why their lights are not turning on or whether or not their food is spoiling in the fridge. This allows us to be quicker on our response time without increasing the costs to do that. In the same time, we can get predictive with it. We can be working towards a much more proactive maintenance system and replacement system, and even seeing the outages before they happen. This really allows us to secure the grid for the future.
Well, I was raised by careful hands. Yeah, they made me who I am. So I'll be strong enough, I know, when I head out on my own. So I'm off to see the world. Wanna see what makes it twirl. But no matter how far I roam,
we invent them, we design them, we build them. And one day, we have to let them soar.
Yeah, I'm always coming home.
We are on the campus of Saginaw Valley State University. It is very hard to find parking, as you can see from that. And by the way, that upper left corner, that VIP lot, no access for us. That's a little bit of a sidebar, but it's a great campus here. Great things going inside and very, very festive and fun. And boy, it's just been another great weekend of robotics. And, again, a lot of teams will go home a little bit frustrated. They could not extend their visit into late on Saturday, but it really turns out to be a positive experience all the way around.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like, I don't know if they called for placement order again. We have one red robot on the field. Blue has not placed any yet. Looks like we're gonna have a second red robot. So a couple things might have happened. They didn't call placement order because they know Red's auto modes are always all the same, and it doesn't worry them. Or the Red Alliance might have said, hey, we don't care. We're just going to put our robots on first.
Blue just requested that.
Yeah, so we're just told, as they're putting the robots on the field, Blue did request placement order. we could see Red take robots off the field, or we could say Red, the Red Alliance say we don't care. The Consumers Alliance Energy, or Consumers Energy Alliance, just putting their robots on the field. Because if you don't care about the order, you can just put all your robots out whenever you want. But yeah, so we did see Jared was just talking with Alliance number 4, trying to figure it out. And, you know, there is a specific procedure for placement order that he may be forced to follow, but if the Red Alliance doesn't care, they might be able to fast forward this a little bit for us. We'll see kind of what happens here. Can look back at scores of these two alliances. So Consumers Energy put up. Let's see. Oh, sorry. This is Hemlock.
Yes.
Hemlock Semiconductor. Hemlock Semiconductor put up 496 in their first match, 511 in their second match. So they're averaging 503.5. And then our Aptiv Alliance put up only 427 in the first match. Remember, that was a match they played 2 versus 3 the entire time. So a little bit harder to maintain ball control. Put up 532 in their second match. So their average is lower, but their high score is higher. And then that carries through to their divisional numbers as well. Aptiv 474 average from their division. Hemlock only 426. But two very evenly matched alliances here.
And again, we've spent a lot of time with teams having to, you know, do some last-minute modifications or repairs on their machines. We don't really get into that a whole lot this late in the day on a championship Saturday, but here we are.
Yeah, that's true. So that was 71-97, who missed the first match with this Aptiv Alliance because they had damage. They were replaced in that match, came back in the second match, and we saw their kind of entire intake coming a little bit loose. They didn't get any penalties for that, but they did get some pinning penalties in that match. And now they're back out here on the field, but the robot's on its side, so they're still working on that 71-97 robot.
Let's take a look at how these teams got here. You can see the scores have been just gangbusters all day.
Yep. So this is the lower bracket finals. Winner here is going to be, at worst, a state finalist. But they'll be in the finals, chance to win it all. And then it sounds like now that placement order request was now withdrawn. So I think because Red put the robots on the field and said, we're fine here, Blue said, okay, then it doesn't matter. We know where we want our robots to be.
So we're still waiting for thumbs up all the way around.
71-97 is back on its wheels, so that's progress, and they're lining up now.
So lower bracket, round 3, match 5. Langsburg's Red Thunder Robotics, Grand Blanc Engineers, and Marygrove K9.0 Robotics. And then we've got Center for Innovation Strike Zone, Northwest Mountie Megabots, and the Avondale Robo Jackets.
And we did get confirmation. So it is that Robo Jackets robot, kind of on the near side of the field for us. That's the one who cares about where they start in auto mode or who's running in auto mode against them. Ooh, we got a little bit of a check here. So on the 2337 robot in red, we've got an inspector and the head ref looking at this robot right now. So that's lead inspector here. That's Mark. And then with him, with the other yellow hat, is Isaac. So two of our longtime, they've been around forever, but they are inspectors here. Inspector's job is to make sure that the robot is compliant with all rules when it goes out to the field. So typically, if there's something that would make a robot illegal, they're going to be the people you call in. Not the head ref to make that decision, but the lead inspector would make that decision. Now, the head ref is there because they're going to be involved in this. If something is not like up to spec, if something is not legal on that robot, if it can be easily fixed, they might let them fix it. But if they decide it's not in compliance and it's not an easy fix, they might not let that robot play in the next match. Now, I don't think we're going to see that. I hope we're not going to see that. And nobody is giving me the body language like that robot is not going to be allowed to play. But whatever it was, they had to check it out. And Seems like it's okay now.
Yeah, I guess it was the hook and loop on the bumper.
Oh, interesting. I don't know specifically what that would necessarily refer to. They might have had some hook and loop that holds their bumper covers on or holds their bumpers on, or they might have had some of that hook and loop, basically Velcro on the bumper, which might have been asking some questions. Is this an allowed material to be on your bumper? So there's a whole set of rules which dictate what materials your bumper can be made of, and some Velcro being stuck on there might not fall within those rules. I'm not 100% sure what the call kind of was there.
Behind the line.
Well, they are putting the drivers in their place behind the lines.
1, go!
And we are into it. 20 seconds of autonomous. Red Alliance getting a bit of an early jump, but some shots go offline.
Yeah, pretty good load by both sides. Avondale, 35-38, doing a good job of getting the rest of the ones on the floor here. Let's see who makes it back. We got a penalty on red. I think Engineered shot outside of the zone. They have A-stopped, but I believe that's a 15-point major penalty against red. Blue gets 15 bonus points here. Red wins auto mode. Oh, no, blue wins auto mode.
Yeah, by a bunch. Blue Alliance blowing it up. Comeback time for the Red Alliance, but they got work to do.
Yeah, I think something was... I don't know if that score was right that we were seeing there, because we jumped to 170 quite quickly here. But red is... blue did win auto mode. Sorry, whatever the scoreboard said, blue did win auto mode. Red is active now first. See, that defense was 71-97, and now blue's active, and 35-38 has got a bunch of fuel in the area. I think that's Engineers trying to steal some fuel, and 71-66 trying to play defense. Engineers just firing fuel out of the blue zone. This is something we need to see more of. That's kind of like the great equalizer. If you steal the fuel that they staged, it slows them down a little bit. Now they got to be back, though. 3 seconds till red shoots.
Blue Alliance still has a good lead, though.
Some of that is penalty points, but this is blue's second, red's second shift, so you would want, you need to take the lead here. Red needs to be ahead at the end of this shift for us to have a close match. Engineers, 71-66 just unloading a full hopper there. Red is back in the lead. They're up now by about 30. Blue is active.
Big hit, big swing by Blue Alliance.
Yep. You always see that at the start of the shift. Blue is loaded up and ready to go. So blue now back up by about 30. They've got 15 seconds left in the shift. Red is storing a lot of balls on their side of the field. We'll see if 71-97 can feed any of these out. All right.
Only 30 seconds left. We're in the final stretch.
140 points to make up in endgame for red.
Ooh,
but they do have
tough.
balls. They have a lot of ball control. 71-97 just made 71-66 miss an entire hopper full of balls. Big move from them, and they backed off this time before the pinning call, so they learned from last match. Looks like blue is still up. Red is closing the gap a little bit. We're down to a 50-point match.
Well, they got a pilot on now. 5 seconds.
We'll see blue answering back here, 54-60 with an endgame hopper. And it's going to be blue pulling away in the last few seconds there.
Red Alliance came on strong at the end, but looks like it will not be enough.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind, even within that last endgame shift, you're going to sometimes see one side shooting, then the other side. So we'll see it close up, and then the gap open back up. Blue shot early in that shift, ran out of material, was back out trying to load, while red was answering back. So we saw it get very, very close, but blue getting the last salvo in, the last empty of hoppers, and that gave them what looks to be close to a 100-point victory.
Wow, that was really impressive.
And a huge key move. 71-97, I gotta call him out because I think 71-66 had a full hopper for red, and they hit him just at the right time. I think they missed almost the entire hopper. That's like 40, 50 points saved right there.
So it is a Blue Alliance win.
Yep, 543 to 456. Not quite the 100 points, but
yeah, we had some penalty points thrown in the mix there, but the Blue Alliance with a good job in the first 20 seconds of autonomous.
Yep, there was some kind of scoreboard glitch at the beginning there. So it looked like maybe the scores, maybe I just misread it and it was my fault, but Blue definitely winning in auto. What happened was 2337 trying to come back with their second hopper full, got stuck on the bump, fired from the bump. Of course, you're not allowed to score unless you're in your zone. Part of your robot has to be in your zone. So they got a major penalty for that and had to stop shooting. So their autonomous score was much, much lower than expected. And we see 538 wanting that clear path. That's why they do sometimes a call for that placement order, able to kind of get back cleanly with their hopper. You can see on the far side of the field, 2337 stuck on the bump, and they would shoot immediately after this, as soon as, I don't know, a couple seconds in the future here. And that was what lost them the auto mode there, getting stuck on the bump.
So that is going to change the direction of where we're going into the finals here. Here's the results. This is all final, including the penalty. Penalties on both sides, but about a 90-point swing in favor of the Blue Alliance.
Yep, so 10 penalties, that's 2 minor fouls. I'm not sure what they were for, but those would be for all kinds of little things. Major foul, the engineered shooting in auto mode from not in the zone. That's 15 points of penalties there. And it looks like they picked up another major foul at some point. I missed what that one was for. But we see that it basically was that auto mode advantage coming out of auto mode up 129 to 53. They maintained that advantage kind of throughout the match. The advantage of having the shift to load up is even more important for a robot like 3538 or 2337. These are our two turreted shooting robots on these alliances. They like to have a lot of fuel on the floor in their alliance zone. So when their turn to shoot happens, they can shoot the hopper and be loading and shooting all of those little balls that they stage for themselves. You can't stage as many balls when you have to go on offense first. And so that small advantage, or that big advantage in auto mode, led to a small increase in the advantage during teleop. But ultimately, you know.
Yeah. Let's head downstairs and talk to the winners. Here's Kaylee.
Vadan is joining us again. Great defense by your alliance. We talked about it a little bit during the show, but knocking that bot out as they're shooting, what was your defensive strategy going into this match?
Overall, we were trying to prevent the opposing alliance from getting over to their neutral zone, and when they were over there, preventing them from scoring as much as possible. Since the opposing alliance had a couple of big dumpers, they're easier to defend than turret bots, so sending our defender over there to start trying to distract them and hit them while they're shooting allows them to miss balls across the hub. It overall just like minimizes the amount of points that they can score while we're still feeding and shooting while their active period's going on.
You guys are going up against DTE here shortly. Yep. Obviously a big scoring team. What is going to be your strategy to try and outscore them?
We're going to try sticking to the same thing. DTE usually runs triple offense, so they're always going to be scoring, and we might get an undefended match. In our previous matches, we've been double defended by 2 alliance partners of the opposing alliance, always coming over and defending 3538 and 5460, and that minimized our total scoring and feeding and all of that kind of stuff. We're hoping to just honestly 5460 continue feeding us cleaning up on the floor and shooting on the move across our alliance zone and try to win auto.
A question for your team's bot in particular that I noticed that is quite different from the rest. It seems that your bot can shoot while it's moving. A lot of these bots we've seen have stuck in one place and able to shoot, but your bot was rotating around that net while still having a high accuracy. Tell me about the mechanics that went into building your bot like that.
Yeah, so it's a lot of software work. Specifically, we take our position on the field of the robot, and we take our the speed our drivetrain's going and the direction it's going, and then essentially we predict the position the robot will be in the future. So that means the robot aims in advance. So we calculate for when we are estimated when the ball is estimated to come out of the robot and where we will be for that. So we point the turret to that position for shooting from that position while in our alliance zone. So essentially, the faster we go, the further it looks, and it's just basically the turret's looking in the future, and we shoot. We take the robot's velocity, and based on how fast the robot's going, the turret goes either further in the opposite direction or less.
I want to get back to kind of some of your defensive strategies. So what are you guys looking at going up against this DTE alliance? Are you going to have your defender focusing on a specific robot or still kind of try to play the zone over there?
It's probably going to be a mix of both. It'll be focusing the zone, and then when their active period's on, it's going to be whenever they get a chance to hit either of the opposing alliance members, because usually we see that Rush and their alliance partner are cycling back into the neutral zone. So while they're cycling back into the neutral zone, we'll defend the one who's still scoring in our alliance zone. So they're just gonna have to focus on who's doing what at what time.
Good luck heading into the next match, Dan and Dan.
All right, score over time. We love this graphic. Blue Alliance leading from start to finish here.
Yeah, that autonomous lead basically hanging out. You can see shift 3 and 4. Blue had a bit more time to really take advantage of the extra staged balls. We saw a lot of the Red Alliance coming over trying to steal some of those balls back, which was very effective. But small bump there, but this was basically a story of you won auto mode, you had the preferred shift, maintain that lead the whole match, and that's where we are.
And downstairs, we return to Kaylee.
Clayton is joining us. Clayton, I just got a note that your team's bot is one of the top in the state. You're performing like it. How does it feel for you to be standing here still at state?
It's a surreal experience getting to experience all of this. Last year we were finalists on our field, but we sadly didn't make it to Fimstein. But being able to be here and experience all of this has been amazing.
What would you tell your teammates after the season you've had and the state's experience that you've had?
We're still going. We still have worlds to compete. We did great here. We did better than we thought we would. And we have more improvements we can make so that at worlds we can push even farther.
What are some of those improvements you think you need to make?
Some small improvements to our intake, such as swapping our 4-bar linkage to 70-75 so it can take even more impacts. And just some other small things that we noticed that aren't going to make drastic changes to our robot, but are going to be small quality of life for repairing and similar.
Clayton, it's been great catching up with you. Thank you so much. Great job for this weekend. For now, we're going to send it upstairs.
And one look at the bracket just to see kind of where we're at, and we are moving right into the finals, best 2 of 3.
Yep, DTE versus Aptiv. One of the things that always gets me about these double elimination brackets is DTE played 2 matches. They're just chilling in the finals.
Yeah.
And they haven't played since match 3. This next match we're going to have is going to be match number 6. Meanwhile, both matches 4 and 5 were played by this Aptiv alliance. So they're playing back to back to back to back, and maybe to back if they can, push this finals to best of 3 to the 3rd match. So there's a lot more pressure on the Aptiv Alliance, but they might have also found their rhythm of getting the robot ready. And that downtime again, now Alliance number 1 does have to get it back up, get ready to go, but they've had time to watch Aptiv play match after match and strategize against them as well.
And they're going, as opposed to resting. One of those unanswerable questions. But we will press forward. We'll take a break here and come back. It is our best of 3 coming up as the Blue Alliance and Red Alliance will lock horns again. We're continuing as our state championship coverage continues from Saginaw Valley State.
There's so many skills you can gain at first. The whole purpose is problem solving. Whether you know engineering or not, it's about trying to figure out a solution, an innovative solution.
I always been good with my hands, and I wanted to do something with technology. So I was like, maybe I should join robotics.
Going into first, I thought I'd be more of like a designing aspect. I originally wanted to be an architect, so I thought I could be able to design the robot and modify it. But now, since I'm in robotics, I'm more of the mechanical aspect.
When I first joined, I met a lot of people at the mez, and like they just accepted me immediately. It was like you go into your cousin's house for the first time, and you haven't met these cousins before, but you're family, so you immediately know each other and you immediately bond.
I've learned a lot about problem solving and like designing different parts. A lot about just the process that you would take. I think that's the most important.
Without my coaches or mentors, I wouldn't be able to build. I wouldn't be able to plot out how to cut the pieces and drill the holes.
As I learn, I can also provide learning experience for the students as well.
Before joining first, I was a really closed-off person. I wasn't really that social, and I think they really exposed me to the real world where I have to interact with other people.
Definitely communicating with people. That's really a big thing there. Being able to ask for help, that's a really big thing.
First made me leave my shell and really start talking to people. You don't know what kind of connections you'll make just from talking.
The values young people learn in first can make a huge positive impact on the neighborhoods and communities where we live and serve. That's one of the many reasons CTE supports First.
Michigan's future is built on grid. Crews on the ground and in the air, modernizing the grid to reduce outages. Engineers planning for what's next. Steady work, securing the systems you depend on every day. Around 75 cents of every dollar is reinvested directly into securing the electric grid, supporting homes, businesses, and communities across Michigan, season after season. Michigan, you can count on us.
So we're going to kick things off here in a little bit with our first championship match. Again, best of three. Dan, here's my theory. I'd rather have my machine resting than competing. The more competition, the more likely it is that you're going to get knocked around.
Yep, I agree.
Okay.
Yep.
So
it's kind of nice to get in the rhythm. You can get a little tired waiting, but yeah, the extra wear and tear on the machine, chances for stuff to go wrong, chances to pick up some damage that then you got to rush to fix. It's nice to just take your time, make sure everything is set up on the robot, and then just watch matches and figure out what your strategy is going to be based on, whoever makes it to the finals against you. So see, looking back, we can see DTE, right? Just a reminder, we haven't seen them in a while, but they put up 774 in their last match. They put up 670 in their round one here. But just to take you through, back on their division, when they were playing on DTE, they put up 796, 841, 593 is their low. And then they did another 706 and another 616. So this is a robot that has gone over 700 points 4 times in the playoffs here at the state championship.
Dan, how do you maximize your downtime when you're not on the field?
It's almost trying not to do too much too, right? Because sometimes you can find out, we got time, let's tweak our auto mode, let's try to do something else here. And if you don't have time to test it, sometimes that's not worth it. Sometimes the best thing to do is just get your robot set up. So usually it comes off the field at the end of a match. You're going to do a systems check, make sure everything is still functional. You're going to have people go through the robot, look for anything that's loose or damaged, repair that stuff. And then once that's done, you know what I mean? Put the new battery in there, pack the thing up, get it ready to start the next match, and don't touch the robot. Then drivers can relax, they can decompress a little bit, have them watch some of the matches that are being played, point some stuff out like, hey, look, this robot likes to defend in this way. They always seem to hang out in this area. So know that when you're coming back to score, if you go kind of over on this side, they're not as comfortable. And sometimes that can be as much as knowing that that third robot is usually on the side. The captain is in the middle alliance station spot. So if the defensive robot is either on the left or right, on the other side of the field, if you go to the opposite side, if they're on the right and you play on the left, they're trying to play defense looking through 2 hubs across 50 feet. You're going to have an advantage there. So just, you can take time to work on some of those details and get your drivers to sort of internalize that so they're ready to go.
Let's go downstairs. Kaylee talking with one of the more fun stories of the weekend.
Dan, you might have noticed when Team 27, Team Rush, is running around, you're seeing this flag.
Yes.
You recognize the
Yes.
person on this flag?
That is Kyle Hughes.
Yes, one of the coaches. I have Kathy here with me. Kathy,
There she is.
What is going on here? How did this idea even come about?
So this flag comes from a robotics film that interviewed our team. This was from one of the interviews of our head coach, Kyle Hughes, and they stopped at a specific spot and we got this picture, and we love the picture so much. We have little cardboard cutouts of it, and we have like socks and shirts with her face on it, and we just use it as like a bit like a motivation and also like just something to lift the spirit when we're going out to competitions and also just hanging out at the school.
It really speaks to the love that you have for the coach, does it not?
Yeah, it does. We always find a way to like joke with each other, and this is one of the biggest ways. We love the picture. She loves the picture. It's been a joke for over 15 years.
Can we get a little wave here, or a full view of the coach? Can you give us a wave? The raising of the flag. Love this. I don't know if you saw earlier, too, when they introduced the team at first, they did actually a lap with the flag.
Yeah.
And it definitely caught our eyes. Thank you guys so much. Definitely standing out in the crowd. Are we going to do a run with it? Are you going to
Yeah,
go
have
ahead,
at it.
take a lap? Take a lap.
Kyle Hughes, of course, is one of probably the longest, serving mentors in the state of Michigan. She's been around forever. She won the championship Woody Flowers Award. I'm not going to guess the year. I don't remember when it was, but a long time ago. And that award is essentially to the outstanding mentor of all the teams in all the states. So a great mentor.
The real fun is when they go, hey, let's make a picture of Coach. What picture should we use? Let's use that one.
Yep.
Looks like she just got a volt. like she's in fear of something. Anyway, great story. It's, again, we always talk about the importance of what the coaches give, and it's great when the kids respond to it in a kind of a return way. Yeah, she's not even paying attention.
She's
worried
focused
about
on the match.
machine, right?
Yeah.
There is stuff to do right now. There's no time for nonsense like that.
They might have a new picture, too, because I don't know if when they were holding the flag and it was folded up a little bit and she only had one eye.
The Cyclops look?
Yeah. So that...
Yeah. All right, machines slowly and surely getting into place. I think we got somebody looking at one of the Red Alliance machines over there.
Yep, I think we got all 6 on the field.
Yeah, that's the one.
Looks like it's just the teams hanging out, waiting for the robots to connect and get everything running correctly. I don't think we had a placement order called this time, but the fact that all the red robots are connected and none of the blue robots are means that red probably didn't care. Red just put their robots out and blue was able to pick the side they wanted.
First team to win 2 of the next 3 matches is your championship. There's your Blue Alliance. We saw Red, Northwest, Mountie Megabots, Avondale Robo Jackets, and Strike Zone Center for Innovation. So strategically, Dan, what do we think we'll see in this match?
I mean, the first thing you have to look at is DTE averaging 722 here on this field. Aptiv averaging only 500. There's a greater than 200-point difference between these 2 alliances. We need to see some creative defense from the Aptiv Alliance in blue, or DTE's going to run away with it. Now, we asked a little bit at the end of the last match what they were planning on. Sounds like they're looking to try to get some hits on the robots when they're firing. Sometimes that can be effective, but an alternative way to play defense is to pick. This is kind of what I was asking: is are you guys going to focus on one robot, or are you going to try to defend the zone, whoever's in there and shooting? Sometimes you get a more effect by picking one robot and just not letting that one robot in the zone. Let the other guy shoot as much as they want, but choose one robot and say, this robot will not beat us. We'll see how the zone defense goes for them, and then we'll see if they maybe want to make a change for the second match if it doesn't work out. But that's like, you see that in basketball a lot, right? Sometimes you just pick a guy and say, like, this guy's getting double teamed every time. We might lose because his teammates make the open shots, but we won't get beaten by this guy. And that, in this alliance, it's interesting because in basketball, it's almost always the best scorer, right? That you would do that to. Here, if you can shut down 27, that's the best scorer at this event based on the stats and what we've seen so far. If you shut them down, that's great. But actually, if you can shut down 7, 7, 6, 9, that's just about as good. Because you can outscore if either one of them gets shut down. So sometimes you're not just picking who is the most effective scorer, but it might just be who is more vulnerable to the defense. Who can you stop at the bump or at the trench?
Yeah, there's that yellow card that's kind of floating out there too from earlier, which, you don't want to let that into your mindset, but it is tangible.
Yeah, so DTE needs to be aware of that, and they need to know that they can't push some issues. And there's not a lot Aptive's going to do in blue, but knowing that the other side has a yellow card, things like on the middle of the field, if there's going to be a collision, they have to be more afraid of it than you are. Because if you have a big collision and you get yellow carded, okay, whatever, that was our warning. If you have a big collision and they get yellow carded, they just lost the match. So there's small edges to the times we're going to see robots contacting each other. We might even see the defense be a little bit less intense for DTE. Because again, like if you are the higher scoring alliance and you're sitting on a yellow card, one of the easiest ways to lose this match is to accidentally get another yellow card. So playing a little bit safer, probably okay for them to do just because of that scoring edge they have. So we got our teams re-announced. We got the handshake done. Everybody's back in their alliance stations.
The formalities are done, and it is time to deliver. If you're looking to secure a state championship, best 2 of 3, 6 teams have gotten this far. 2 alliances, and we are right on the cusp of crowning a new champion. This is the first of the 3 championship matches.
All right, Robo, 35-38, stuck on some balls. They crossed the midline. Oh, but contact, 36-68. That should be a penalty. You can't have contact on that side of the field.
We'll see if we get an infraction there. Red Alliance jumping all over it early. Wow, what an auspicious start for the Blue Alliance. Now, 2 machines are, okay, now they're back on.
Yeah, monster score from Red as expected. We'll see. Maybe there wasn't a penalty. I think you can't make contact regardless of who initiates contact. 35-38 getting held up a little bit was a problem. And we see 71-97 really trying to counter feed here. They're picking up balls and firing them out. And this is part of that zone defense. If you're playing zone defense, you have a little bit more time to do this. They don't have to worry about where their target is on the field. We'll see now. You got to be ready. 3 seconds and Red starts shooting. So they're sticking on 27, but 27 going to the corner where they're a little bit protected. Switching over to 71 or 7769. There were misses there. It was pretty good defense, but
a huge barrage of Red Alliance points. Wow.
And this is where they're big hit on 7769. They missed half that hopper. But still up by over 200.
Boy, there is still lots of work to do for the Blue Alliance.
36-68 has tipped up 35-38. They've tipped them up. They're underneath the robot. They're not able to let go. 54-60 is trying to free them. And I don't see any penalties being called here. But if 36-68 just doesn't move and 35-38 stays stuck on their robot, it's over. Blue cannot come back. This is like 100% defense right there. And it looks like they're going to be stuck for the rest of the match.
Hung out to dry for sure. 45 seconds left, and this is still a huge lead for the Red Alliance.
So there's definitely going to be a challenge here at the end of this match. This could be interpreted as a pin. This could be interpreted as outside of the bumper contact. So what we're seeing here could lead to a yellow card. It's not impossible that a yellow card gets called here. I am certain the Blue Alliance is going to be asking that question after this match. But right now, I didn't even see a regular penalty called.
Only 12 seconds left, and there is just really no doubt about where this decision will go in favor of the Red Alliance.
Yeah, 71-97, being smart, they're coming back and they're trying to score. Look, defense can't get you can't close a gap, right? You can't catch up by playing defense.
Points at some point.
They came back and tried to score points, but it was never going to be close with 35-38 trapped on the defensive robot of 36-68.
Real quick, let's get downstairs and hear from Kaylee.
Hey, Dan and Dan, just wanted to give you my insight down here right next to the field. It is clear that members of 35-38 are not happy that there was no penalty call with that. The FTA's looks like the head ref may be coming over here to take a look to see if there could be a penalty. But as that robot got stuck, they were very vocal that there was a missed call. I mean, throwing their hands up, it seems that they are very upset. And I think you could be on track. There could be a challenge here. There's definitely a lot of action down here. And it seems like we could be waiting a few minutes to see what happens.
There were rules in the past about entanglement, about getting stuck on other robots like this. And that would have been that penalty. I don't know if that rule exists this year. What we did get to see, the head refs didn't, was they got stuck on a ball, tipped up on a ball, but then that contact underneath the robot and then a second contact by 36-68 might actually be foul worthy. I don't know if it's yellow card worthy or not, but we saw them up. We saw one hit underneath and then a chasing second hit underneath the robot. Usually you get away with one for free, but that second repeated hit could be a problem. And now they're looking at possible entanglement, possible inside the frame contact. I don't know. We got 3 of our head refs out there. The head ref for this field and 2 other head refs having a discussion here. We did see 35-38 in the question mark box, so there is a dedicated place on the field that you go if you want to protest or ask that question. And we see that alliance over there waiting in the box for the rest to come back. No penalty here is kind of surprising to me. Again, I'm not going to say this is a red card or not, or a yellow card or not, but as we get another look here, we'll have another chance to look at it. So initial contact, they were stuck on a ball, but the continued contact there, maybe they were already stuck from the first hit. I'm not sure.
Is the onus on the 36-68 Trobots machine? Do they have to pull away?
They don't have to. Well, again, a pin could be called here.
That's
usually you have to be pinned against the field element, but sometimes you can be pinned against like the ground or be pinned against whatever. It does look like they were stuck, and it was 35-38's roller was stuck on the top of 36-68's hopper. That might play into it. A lot of times, the benefit of the doubt, and there was a rule update this year as well, that if you are the defensive robot, if you're in the other alliance's zone, you sort of, the onus is on you to not cause penalties. I don't know if that's going to play in here. I mean, we see some of the 35-38 robots coming up to take a look and see what's going on.
Is it kind of like in basketball, an offensive charge versus a defensive play? I mean, it's kind of like, hey, I was just standing still, and that guy ran into me. I was not initiating the contact.
So that's exactly, and the metaphor goes further in that I feel like in basketball, right, if it's close, usually the offensive player gets the benefit of the doubt, right?
Right.
And the same thing kind of happens here, is if it gets close, the defensive robot is probably the one that's going to get called. But, again, they have to see something that was a rule. We see plenty of people here having that discussion with our head ref to find out if there's anything that can be called. Again, I'm not sure this is a yellow card. I'm not even sure if this was a penalty looking at it the third time. And we have the benefit of that replay. Our head ref is not allowed to look at video replay.
Downstairs we go to Kaylee Marintet with a member of the Red Alliance.
Dan and Dan, I want to talk about that penalty first, too, a possible penalty. The word is down here that I'm hearing is that they were impeding on each other. You know, the Red Alliance was over in the Blues field, and it seems like if there is a penalty, it's actually not related to the bots stuck on each other. But I do want to talk to Dom here with the Red Alliance. Great score for you guys to win. obviously some things happening on the field. What has to be your mentality to get through something like that, like a bot stuck?
Yeah, so our mentality is just go in, score a lot of points, stay out of our teammates' way, keep all the lanes clear, keep the bumps and trenches clear, look for wherever the most fuel is. My kind of role is to look for fuel and help with the countdowns. So if our drive coach is over helping another team or is at a different part of the driver station, I go over and help keep the count, make sure our driver knows when the shift ends or how much time he has left. I also help point out where big bunches of fuel are, because they tend to bunch up around our hub or their hub. So I can take a look at the field, just get a little different perspective from where our driver's standing, just help him gather those game pieces a little bit better.
Is your team going to have a different strategy for match 2 versus match 1?
Well, I think our strategy has been working so far. Our main strategy is go in there, score points, win the match. So we're keeping it very simple. Yep. Yeah, we like to keep it simple, and if we overcomplicate it, we see that it tends to be a lot more confusing. So we just like to go with the flow, keep it chill, and just go from there.
Good luck in match 2, Dom. Dan and Dan, we're going to see what's happening on the field ahead of match 2.
All right, let's break down our scoring here. Here's the numbers. Again, there's really no numbers that made this any more competitive. I mean,
we knew how this was going to go.
Yeah.
Looks like there was 15 penalty points called against Red, but might not have even been related to that incident. 293 again. It was never going to be a high score for Blue with 35-38 trapped the entire match. That's a trade-off that you take if you're DTE every time. But interestingly, only 635 points again. That was a kind of a 2v2 match there.
And there's our score over time. That gap started big and just kept getting bigger for the Red Alliance.
Yep. I mean, again, it was 2-1. They won auto mode quite handily. We saw initial issues in auto mode. That, I think, is where the penalty came from. Again, we had one of the robots, 3668, cross the midline. If you cross the midline in auto mode, you can't have any contact with an opposing robot. They hit 35-38. So that, I think, led to the 15-point major penalty. So no penalties then later in the match for that entanglement for being tied up together. And then 35-38, basically right into shift 1, into transition, was stuck. So 2 robots scoring for Red, 1 robot scoring for Blue. We see those lines spread apart.
Let's go downstairs and reconnect with Kaylee.
Dan, I have a question. Something that we have not seen so far is climbing. Why are no bots climbing?
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit in our open, but essentially these robots are so good at scoring that, I mean, like if you look at the 27 robot, they can get to the middle of the field, load their hopper with out of 50, 60, 70, maybe even 80 balls, get back and shoot and score in less than 15 seconds, maybe even 10 seconds if stuff is in the right spot. Most of the teams to climb all the way up high enough to get 30 points for the climb are going to take 10 or more seconds. You can score 60 from fuel in the time it takes you to score 30 from climbing. Teams are choosing to just keep shooting the fuel.
So a little bit of a numbers game. They've just decided there's more points to get by using the fuel cells and not climbing.
Yeah, and we've seen a few robots. Actually, our alliances left here have not done this at all, but we have seen a few alliances throughout the year have a 10-point hang that they can do very, very fast. So they'll shoot their last hopper, and then in the last 2 or 3 seconds, go over and hang. Then you're getting 10 points. Maybe you could have picked up, 4 or 5 fuel from the ground and shot them in, but there is a small advantage there.
Let's go down on the field, and we'll hand out some awards.
So let's give the judges a huge round of applause for all their hard work. All right, we're going to hand out, in this awards break, we're going to hand out 2 Rookie All-Star Awards, and then we're going to recognize the first Leadership Awards. The Rookie All-Star Award celebrates the rookie team exemplifying a young but strong partnership effort, as well as implementing the mission of FIRST to inspire students to learn more about science and technology. This year, we have 2 winners for the Rookie All-Star Award. I'll announce the teams one at a time, and when your team is announced, please come down to the field to accept your award. Also, a little bit of housekeeping. If your team wins, I would like you to enter down here. Enter here, and then go down the line. High fives. Yeah, pick up your award. And then I would like you to make an abrupt left-hand turn after the Blue Alliance and head on over to the Consumers Energy Foundation area for your photograph. All right, enter here, awards here, go on back there for your photograph. Should be easy. All right, now back to that Rookie All-Star Award. Here is our first Rookie All-Star Award winner. Growth is in their DNA, evolving FRC students into FRC leaders. They have an organic link between their scenic, lake-oriented community, school, and sponsors. This team has shaped its robot into something special, bright, polished, and competition-ready. Engineering and mechanics is who they are. Congratulations to Team 11-387, Gleam, the team from Grass Lake. All right. For Rookie All-Star Award winner number 2, continuous improvement is the name of the game. The KitBot gets a flywheel shooter, no fuel cell jams, and a better hopper. This team embraces new tools and engineering methods, and their sponsor engagement has a solid start. Despite their pixelated logo, this team is a high-resolution team. Congratulations to Team 11-493, the Pixel Knights from Bloomfield Hills. All right. Our next award is the First Leadership Award. Finalists. The First Leadership Award finalists are outstanding, passionate student leaders who demonstrate exemplary effectiveness at attaining FIRST ideals. They were nominated by their teams for their direct contributions and impact on others, exemplifying leadership and commitment on the team and in their community. The First Leadership Award finalists recognized here today are also our nominees for the First Leadership Award at the championship. I will announce the names one at a time as our Michigan district sends 14 finalists to represent our district at the championships in Houston. Congratulations to Sawyer B. from 27. From team 2851, Brett D. From team 6753, Julia F.
There you are.
Our next finalist, Varun G. from 548. Congratulations to our next finalist, Emily L. from 4422. Congratulations to our next finalist, Vishrab M. from 503. Our next finalist from team 3618, Ariana M. All right, I'm going to just do a real quick check. Ariana M, 3618, are you headed this way? Oh, she's coming? All right, good. Oh. She has already left, but we're going to hand it off to one of her teammates so they can take it to her from the Petoskey Paladins. Thank you. Congratulations to our next finalist, Samantha M. from 3604. Congratulations to our next finalist, Caden N. from 4967. Our next finalist from team 4810, Logan P. Our next finalist from 247 so far. From Team 9312, say an S. Congratulations to finalist Casper S. from 201. And now, our final finalist, moving on to the World Championship. Please congratulate Ariel Y. from 245. And with that, thank you so much, judges. I'll let you return to your seat. We're going to play another playoff match, but we'll be back to hand out a few awards a little later. Thank you.
All right, we keep moving things along here. Again, we have it's a best 2 of 3. Red Alliance is in the driver, excuse me, the driver's seat right now. Let's get some clarification on the entanglement from the last match right now. Kaylee Marentet downstairs with some insight.
Lori is joining us to talk a little bit more about what happened in that last match. Lori, I'm standing right here, and when those bots entangled with each other, some of the teams were upset that there wasn't a call on that. Talk about what kind of happened in that last match.
Okay, so there are specific rules that we deal with when we're looking at interactions between robots. Did it happen in the Alliance zone, which was right here by the driver stations? Did we see any type of damage that might have happened between that robot interaction? And especially because they got entangled. So there's like 3 rules that we looked at, to decide whether or not we would call a penalty. And because we didn't, myself and the referee across from me didn't see any damage that happened with that, it was just that one robot got entangled with another. We didn't feel that it was done intentionally. So in order to call a penalty, we had to figure out if they did it on purpose. Was it a reckless entanglement? And it was effectively one of the blue robot was coming into their own zone, to try and score. And then the red robot was trying to play defense on them. And they got, one came under the other one.
They impeded each other.
Exactly,
yes.
Exactly. So that was what we felt. It was just a normal type of play, a normal action. A defensive action. So we didn't feel it was reckless or intent. And that's why we couldn't call, or that's why we didn't call a foul, major penalty or a yellow card in that situation.
There was a little bit of chatter of a collision that had happened earlier, and nothing came about of that either.
Yep, and it was it bumper to bumper contact? Was it, was damage done? And if we don't see damage or if damage wasn't done, then there is no call. And as long as it's bumper to bumper interaction, it's just considered defense. And in this game, because it's so fast paced and the robots are moving fast, we have a split second to decide what that is. And if it just looks like it's regular defense, that's what we call. So
hypothetically, let's say there was a yellow card that went out or a big penalty that you guys had that called, what would have happened with that last match?
If that last match, so if we had decided that it was intentional or reckless and that damage was done, we would have assigned a major foul, which is 15 points credited to the other alliance, and then a yellow card. And what happens with a yellow card is if that team that carries the yellow card does something else in a future match that constitutes another yellow card, that would become a red card, and that alliance would get 0 points for that match. So
thank you so much for the insight.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it, Lori. Thank you so much, and good luck with this next match.
Thank you very much.
Dan and Dan.
Okay, Dan, Lori Verbrugge explained that very well. How does that land with you?
I am convinced. I think it makes sense. And we have the benefit. We saw the replay. We saw it a couple times earlier. I think the initial contact was okay. And then we actually see, if you watch very carefully here, it almost looks like 35-38 pulls forward there as the second hit happens. There's actually an argument to be made that it's 35-38 that drove into 36-68's robot.
It was already airborne.
And could have done some damage there. So, it looked like there was a second effort from 36-68 the first time we saw it. But the more I watch it, the more it looks like 35-38 was also trying to drive and push away and kind of climbed up on top there. From that view, you can see it especially. It looks like they jumped forward in that second period. And then there was no damage. So this is really like, if you think that 36-68 did something egregious there to create this problem, then they could have gotten the penalty. I don't think I saw enough from the replays to make that call. I think they probably got that one right.
Yeah, not an aggressive move that would have caused that.
And it's sort of like your first hit, you always get the first hit. It's what you do after the first hit and you see stuff is wrong. And it looked like that second hit was not initiated by 36-68, and the entanglement happened almost instantly off the first hit. So I'm not sure there's anything else they could have done about that.
And we'll reintroduce the teams. Again, it's a must-have for the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance can finish it right now. And boy, the 635 to 293. I'm not. Where's the confidence level right now for Blue Alliance?
You can almost throw that match out.
Okay.
I mean, we had the 35-38 stuck for an entire match. They really just have to get their emotions under check. They didn't get the penalty that they were hoping for. They're gonna have to just come back here now. It's basically match one. It's match one, except unfortunately you lost the first one. So they're going to have to play it like it's the first match. They didn't learn much from that last match because, again, who knows how many points they could have put up. Who knows what other things 35-38 was planning during that match. Didn't get to test anything, so we won't see any major changes to the strategy, but we will hopefully see all 6 robots working for 2 minutes this time.
Yeah, play like you have to win because you do.
Yeah.
Is the Blue Alliance motto.
Right. Yeah, so.
And Red Alliance, they're not going to lay off the gas.
No.
It's green light, go.
Same thing for them every time. Yeah. I mean, 27 and 7-7-6-9 are just scoring so many points that their first move has to be, until you beat us, we're not changing anything.
Yeah. So we get the reintroduction.
A little bit of hyping up the crowd.
Yeah.
And we are good.
1, go! And we are off into autonomous.
Yep. And again, 35-38, getting stuck on some of those balls. Coming over late, those balls are getting pushed next to the thing, and they did not load. They drove through all of those balls. They didn't pick any of them up. They picked up only a few.
Wow.
So either auto mode went wrong or there's something wrong with the robot. Keep an eye on 35-38 here. See if they're able to load cleanly. Yeah, it's working. So just an auto mode gaff, but big gap to make up again. Good hit there. 71-69, hit 7769. Put them off course. They missed a bunch of shots from that transition period. And we're going to have to see a lot more of that as this match progresses. Blue, with the first shift here, needs to be ahead in 10 seconds time.
Yeah, they're in catch-up mode already, and that's the place they did not want to be. But the way the Red Alliance goes, they're just a machine.
35-38, tipped up again on their side. Another aggressive hit there by 36-68, slowed them down.
Yeah.
And now Red answering back.
Blue Alliance grabbing a whole bunch of fuel cells in the neutral zone.
Again, good defense by 71-97. Made 7769 miss, made 27 pack up and go reload before they emptied their whole hopper. More misses there. That's probably 5.
Oh boy.
They are slowing them down. This is shaping up to be a relatively low-scoring match for Red.
Well, Blue Alliance swings back hard with a lot of makes there, but well, there's so much ground to make up.
Yep, they have got to get this at least even going into the last shift here. We'll see 54-60 back with a full hopper. It's going to be a lot of points here. 35-38, about 4 seconds left to shoot. They got a bunch in there. That was pretty good. And now good. Another hit, 27, making a bunch of misses.
Yeah.
And that this time was that was 54-60, crossing the entire field and adding some defensive action.
Boy, time just continues to work against the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance taking huge advantage of their opening window here.
Good defense, 71-97, again, keeping out 7769, but ultimately they're going to get every single ball shot.
Oh, it is going to be too little, too late. The Blue Alliance firing, but in the final 30 seconds.
Blue was loaded up.
Yeah.
54-60's loaded up. Oh, a bunch of misses out of 27. They missed half that hopper, maybe a third of the hopper. But Blue now needs to get back. We need a full load somewhere. 54-60's got it, but 27 and 769 are answering. They're going to start closing the gap, but then it's going to widen back up. We got 100 points here.
Wow. Red Alliance meeting the moment here.
This looks to be Alliance number 1, DTE's lowest scoring match of the entire tournament. We saw great defense. We saw 54-60 crossing the field, stealing some balls, getting a good hit on, causing some misses. We saw 71-97 with a bunch of contact, forcing a lot of misses out of both 7-7-6-9 and 27. They brought the score down, but good defense on the other side from 36-68 and a great auto mode from 27 and 77-69. Looks to get them the victory by 100 and just about 120, 115 points here.
Well, it was do or die for the Blue Alliance, and you know, you really can't take away a lot from what they did. They're just kind of overmatched by a superior opponent.
I mean, just looking at how close this one was, though, you know, we got it down close to about 100 points, 100 and, like we said, a little over 100, 115. The defense was working. I do wonder if this was the first match, and we didn't have that match where the robots got tangled together the whole time, if there are yet more adjustments that this Alliance from Aptiv could have made to even bring that scoring down a little bit more. It was a good defensive effort, but too much firepower on DTE.
2 wins for the Red Alliance, and they will crown themselves as champions. And there's a lot of happy folks down there. The Trobots, Team Rush, and the crew. Here's the barrage of Red Alliance fuel cells.
And that, I mean, they shoot so many. The beginning of that hopper from 77-69, though, they got twisted a little. That was a hit. They missed the first quarter of that hopper. But then, you know, they emptied the rest. And 27 here, again, that big hit at the right time. Some misses, but too many makes.
Very impressive, very steady and consistent.
Yeah.
They were not going to be taken off of their game.
Yep. Able to just play through the defense well enough.
Here's the final score. And they win autonomous, handily. Teleop, not so much. But boy, when you come out firing like that in the first 20 seconds.
Yeah.
And you set the tone and you create that advantage, things become a lot easier.
Yep. I mean, and we saw 35-38 in auto mode. They crossed into the center. What was happening was because they delay going to the center, some of those balls were right up next to the bump. They've been getting stuck on those balls a little bit, and that didn't allow them to load a full hopper to come back and shoot. They could have scored more in auto. I don't think they would have won auto. And again, they still lost in Teliop, but could have been an even closer match.
Time for a big picture. Happy picture.
Yep.
Everybody is all fired up. Boy, they started working on these machines in January. Kept working, improving, tweaking. And it all pays off today.
Yep, and that's something you have to do. If you want to be one of these teams on the field for this match at the state championship, you can never stop iterating on your robot. You can never stop finding things to improve, things to practice, things to get better at.
And the great thing about this, like every other sport, there's always a metric to back up what you are doing or trying to do. And here is the road to a championship for the Red Alliance, the Trobots, Team Rush, and the crew.
Yep, 635, 293, and then 571 to 456 in the finals. Again, that 571 is the lowest score they put up all playoffs long. They had a 593 in their division, and that was their, until this point, lowest score. So we saw an interesting defense-heavy match from our Aptive Alliance. Just not quite enough.
What a weekend to remember for the Red Alliance, and score over time. Again, that's impressive too. The Blue Alliance never really pushed on them too hard.
Yeah, you can see going from shifts 1 and 2 into shifts 3 and 4, they closed the gap. Things were working, that defense was working, but some good defense, and then that end game, just having enough balls in their control for DTE, they were able to kind of widen the gap back up a little bit. It's so hard to come back from that big of an autonomous deficit.
Yeah, you get the jump like that, and there is no looking back. And what a triumph. Let's go down with 3 winning members of this Red Alliance. Kaylee Marentet talking to them right now.
3 winners of the Red Alliance. Congratulations, guys. High scoring. I want to start with you, Amira. What did it take to win that match?
I mean, we had a lot of distractions today with the yellow card and a lot of fouls that were called on us. But, you know, we just took everything one match at a time. And we didn't want to let the distractions get the best of our alliance. And I think we pulled through in the end.
It felt like your guys' alliance cruised through this, really. I mean, putting up a score of 774 at one point. What was the strategy that took you guys to the next level throughout the day, Tom?
We really collaborated with each other, and we kept it very simple so that we would stay out of each other's way to maximize the amount of points we could flow into our hub. We just kept it really simple and just smooth, and I guess the results kind of show.
What would be your message to the rest of your alliance, but also everybody else here that was with you at States?
I mean, anything's possible. We caught on fire earlier in this competition, and we ended up winning the whole thing. So no matter what happens, just keep on chugging along, and anything can happen.
Congratulations, guys. Looking forward to you playing in the future. We're going to send it back upstairs. Dan?
Kaylee, thank you. Yeah, that is a triumph for sure. They were the heavy favorite, and they never wavered.
That was auto mode there. Just so many balls being scored. Another look at some good defense, but not quite good enough. It's just how fast these teams, you leave them alone for a second, and there's 50 more points on the scoreboard.
Yeah. All 3 machines very much in sync, and the championship is very much to be celebrated. Great weekend here, Dan. You know, we talk every year about the importance of the growth of FIRST in Michigan. More teams are developing, more schools are committing more resources, and this has really blown up into something that gets better and better every year.
Yeah, and it's super exciting, right? We're seeing some 7769 broke out a couple of years ago, relatively young team, making some deep runs at states. 7197, I think this is the first time they've been out here. Some of our other alliances, 6090 is like a powerhouse coming up. 8280, I think, is a team from Detroit, and this is their first time making it out here. So yeah, I mean, we see the growth. We see a lot of new teams breaking through, and some pretty good competition here in Michigan.
Kaylee Marentet, some thoughts on you from downstairs.
Dan, it always leaves me wowed at the end of States Weekend from all the sponsors that are so dedicated to the creativity and camaraderie between these teams. You said Michigan does it the best, and I believe it to be true. I think at States and at Worlds, Michigan is a big standout here, and today did not disappoint. 774 on the board. I mean, that's tough to come by, right?
Tremendous. What a great event we had for you today. We always love ending this robotics season here at Saginaw Valley State, and this has been a source of great fun and entertainment for us. For Kaylee Marentet, Dan Kimura, our great production crew here at Saginaw Valley State, we're going to put a wrap on First in Michigan Robotics. Our championship has been crowned. The Red Alliance with the Trobots, Team Rush, and the crew, Clarkston High School, Whitmore Lake High School, and Oakland Schools Technical Campus Southwest. A great weekend. We appreciate all of our corporate sponsors as well. We'll say so long from Saginaw Valley State University, and we'll see you next year for First in Michigan Robotics in 2027.
All right, everyone. I've got some awards to hand out. Judges, please line up. We're going to get ready to get started. We're going to move down that way. Move down, move down, move down. Keep on going. There you go. Keep going. That's right. To the left, to the left, to the left, to the left. All right. We're going to start off. Well, first of all, let me just go over the flow again, just in case you weren't paying attention. You enter over here, go down the line, make a left, go on over to the consumer's energy field area for your photograph. All right. The Engineering Inspiration Award celebrates outstanding success in advancing respect and appreciation for engineering within a team, school, or organization and community. Inspiring others to respect science and technology requires passion, knowledge, and commitment, and we recognize these qualities through this award. This team believes in hemming together the edges of their community by removing barriers to learning. They put their brains together to create 500 activity kits for a children's hospital. By fully funding an expansion to their already 5,712 square foot STEM center, they are able to let 25 other teams use their build space. They were able to raise $145,000 in scholarships in a town with only one stoplight, proving that big ideas come from small places. Whether it's turning milk into plastic or teaching teachers about STEM, this team can do anything they put their gray matter to. Congratulations to Team 5712. Hemlock's Gray Matter. And now, we would like to recognize our finalists. They were fantastic. They made it to the final match here at the Michigan State Championships in the finals. From the Aptive Foundation field, the captains of the finalist alliance, Team 5460, Strike Zone. Their partners, Team 3538, the Robo Jackets. Their partners, Team 7197, Mountie Megabots. And the Alliance backup robot team, 4327, Q Branch. We would now like to recognize the Michigan State Champions for 2026. Coming from the DTE Energy Foundation field, please welcome the captains of the winning alliance, Team 27, Rush. Their partners, Team 7769, the crew. And their partners, Team 3668, Trobots. And now, the First Impact Award. The First Impact Award is the most prestigious award at First. It honors the team that best represents a model for other teams to emulate and best embodies the purpose and goals of First. The Michigan State Championship has 5 First Impact Award winners this year. The First Impact Award is presented to the team judged to have the most significant, measurable impact of its partnerships among its participants and community over a sustained period, not just a single build season. The winner is able to demonstrate progress towards First's mission of transforming our culture. For our First Impact Award winner, for our number 1 First Impact Award winner. This team leverages partnerships with extensive energy. When teams in their community needed a home, this team stepped up to deliver a full practice field, giving area teams the den they need to be successful. They chase direct pathways from their program to careers with some of the biggest companies in the automotive world. These movers serve their community in 2 languages. They distribute Know Your Rights materials to immigrant neighbors because their definition of caring for a community doesn't stop at the shop door. In physics, kinematics is the study of motion, and this pack has been pulling a city in motion from day one. Qualifying for the Houston Championship is Team 5577, Kinematic Wolves from Detroit. All right. For our second First Impact Award winner, this rock-solid team shows up for their community and grows their outreach year after year. They show respect for the younger students by hosting FLL camps and significantly growing their pipeline over the last 3 years. They demonstrate heart by hosting FRC events and establishing after-school transportation so everyone can participate. What is the buzz all about? Through an innovative wearable device, this unremarkable team is providing relief for those with Parkinson's. These underdogs are truly a role model for all to follow. Qualifying for the Houston Championship is Team 3620, Average Joes from St. Joseph. Now, they have submitted an Impact Award video, so why don't we take a look at their video right now?
All right, teams, we have thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. We start this match in 3, 2, 1, go!
At our heart, the Average Joes are more than robots. They inspire young minds at their annual STEAM Play Day, and they run FLL summer camps that fuel future innovators.
From volunteering for younger teens alone, we've had 687 volunteer hours.
Building a culture where each student can grow and every community member can be inspired. This group knows that impact is measured in lives changed.
This isn't just individual growth, it's team sustainability. A system that ensures leadership continues to drive Average Joe success year after year.
We are more than robots.
We are more than robots.
We are more than robots.
We're building a legacy.
A legacy.
A legacy.
We're building a legacy of support as far as our waves can reach. We are committed to outreach, education, and accessibility. This is our ripple effect.
And we're just getting started.
Fantastic. For our third First Impact Award winner, these bruisers set the bar when it comes to continuous improvement. They started the world's largest all-girls FRC event, which has hosted over 1,000 young women at the competition, proving that first belongs to everyone. They bring engineering into classrooms that don't have robots yet. They turn hallways into hands-on experiences bursting with possibility. Their alumni enter STEM careers at 5 times the state average. Their focus on advocacy has kept our state funding on track. They don't just talk about going further, they goon above and beyond every single season, and honestly, they've goon and done it again. Oh, qualifying for the Houston Championship is Team 3604, the Goon Squad from Brownstown. And while they're going back to get their photo, why don't we take a look at their impact video?
All right, so let's start off. Let's just get a few things out of the way. Could you state your name, position you had on the team, the year you joined, and then the year you graduated?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, my name is Marley Marrow. I joined the team in 2022 and I graduated in 2025. The last couple years, I was the captain of the team, and I've come back to mentor.
What were like specific moments through your robotics career that really like resonated with you or stuck out to you?
Yeah, I really liked going to competitions, especially the Goonets Invitational, which is an off-season all-girls competition that we started hosting in 2019 and have hosted a couple years after that. It's a great place for women to come together and compete together at a really high level, and it shows that women do belong in STEM.
Yeah, you were like in a news broadcast for that event, right?
Yeah, I was. It was a really cool opportunity. I was able to be interviewed by the Detroit News and ended up getting over 100,000 views.
Cool. Yeah, so I heard that you were working at Ford, right?
Yeah, I am. It's really exciting.
Awesome. So how'd that look like how did robotics assist you in getting that job?
During my interview process, I literally just talked about robotics and my experience in it. My communication skills were developed a lot by the team because I had to interact with every piece of it.
Well, yeah, because like pit judging and like having to tell people about the robot and stuff.
Yeah, I talked to a lot of judges, and that definitely prepared me for the Ford interviewees.
Yeah. Well, how has the team impacted you?
The team has really changed my life. I came on in freshman year not knowing what I wanted to do with my life, and now I have a pretty clear vision. I'm in college, doing great. I have a job, and I'm definitely a better person because of it.
Really happy to have this opportunity.
Glad I could be here.
You can go back to the shop if you want to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Congratulations. For our fourth First Impact Award winner, this team's orbit includes mentoring along with calls and workshops for other teams. They bring the energy as they define sustainability. Their EDGE methodology gets them closer to greatness with each new group of students. As atomic advocates, no team does more to build relationships and get elected officials excited about STEM in their community, in Lansing and in Washington, D.C. When it comes to advocacy, this team is adamant that as they work together to get other teams involved. Through their ambassador program, they share first with students across the globe, targeting areas in need. Their passion for curing cancer is truly inspirational, as they've raised over $140,000 through the American Cancer Society. Outreach is in a hot, dense state for this team, so get ready for the Big Bang. Qualifying for the Houston Championship, Team 245, the Atombots from Rochester Hills. And now let's check out their first Impact Award video. And now for our fifth First Impact Award winner. This team's effect on its students is so impactful, they come back as mentors and coaches. This team decided long ago that sharing their plans and ideas with the First community was the way. Their tools, their plans, and their models have spread to teams across the country and around the world. This team goes out of their way to help other teams wherever they go. Their camps and workshops reach hundreds of younger students and young women every year. When another team is struggling, this team answers the call. They don't sit still. They don't wait to be asked. After showing up for years, giving everything away, and building something that outlasts any one student or any one season, there is simply no higher standard in this program than what this team has built. Qualifying for the Houston Championship is Team 27, Team Rush from Clarkston. And as Rush goes through the line, why don't we take a look at their impact video?
What if we had the opportunity to make the world a better place? What if everyone inspired others to be leaders? What if everyone rushed to make an impact?
At Rush, we don't just imagine a better world, we create it. Rush is dedicated to providing impactful STEM outreach through our STEM development system, giving our Rushies the opportunity to find their voice. Rushies also find their voice through our student-led and student-developed summer camps, much like our First LEGO League Explore and First LEGO League Challenge programs. Through our Girls in Engineering Camp, Girls Droning Day, Maker Girl Mania, and Girl Scout Badge Training, Rush strives to engage more girls with STEM. We extend our voice to other teams by hosting fundraising training Zoom calls, providing them with our toolkit for success, and inviting them to practice on our field. Through the CSM Tech program, Rush helps Clarkson students find their voice by implementing 23 FIRST technologies and drones into classrooms. Rush's voice is loud throughout our community. Clarkston rallies around Rush through our annual Rush Regatta, Showcase, Holiday Lights Parade, and robot demos. Rush students hone their voice through our 24-hour team building retreat, First in Michigan badge system, and real-world trainings. The skills students learn on Rush help to establish an unparalleled legacy of world-renowned alumni.
Team Rush. Team Rush. Team Rush.
Team Rush. Team Rush.
Team Rush.
Team Rush.
Team Rush.
Team Rush.
Team Rush is rock solid.
Because of Rush, voices that were previously unheard now echo across the world.
Let's go Rush.
Congratulations to all of our award winners and all of our competitors this weekend. I hope you had a great state championship. I hope you enjoy your time in Houston if that's where you're moving on to, or we'll see you next year, or whatever you do in the future. Good night. Oh, we are also going to place a link on the screen for advancement to the World Championship. So we're going to have a link up there so you can see who's moving on to the World Championship. Thank you, and good night.